of ICT and national guidance to construct a conducive innovation ecosystem and create employment opportunities using ICT. Besides the workspaces that we have that can sit over about 100 people, the hub also consists of 6 meeting rooms, a boardroom, and this lovely auditorium which can sit about 350 people. Therefore, it's no surprise that policy chose us to host this glorious event, and we are truly grateful. As the Innovation Hub, our goal is to improve coordination within the ecosystem and therefore facilitate the development of homegrown solutions in Uganda. Data, therefore, becomes a very important aspect. This year's theme, Big Data, Little Data, and Everything in Between, is a reminder that we must deliberately put a spotlight on how data is being collected, regulated, and utilized towards the improvement of service delivery, especially to women, the elderly, and children. I therefore look forward to hearing and learning from all the different speakers. We extend our gratitude towards Policy and DataFest Africa partners for organizing this year's edition hosted at the Hub. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Flavia, and we thank you, the National ICT Hub, for hosting us at DataFest Kampala this year. If you are joining us online, welcome. We hope you enjoy the event. We hope you're as engaged as possible. Otherwise, next up, I would like to welcome the Director of Programs Policy, Gilbert Bayamba, to give us a word. Round of applause as Gilbert comes up. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. How are you? Welcome to DataFest Africa. It's exciting to have you here today. It has been a long journey, like Shem said. Since 2019, we've been hosting DataFest, initially Kampala. Now, this year, we expanded to DataFest Africa. As you all know, Policy is a feminist research and data organization based in Kampala, working across sub-Saharan Africa. We're privileged to have conceptualized DataFest Festival that we're hosting since 2019. Our team has been working behind the scenes to make sure that this event becomes a success. And when I say my team, we're looking at team members that across the globe. However much we're based in Kampala, we're a remote working company, and we have team members across Africa and beyond. DataFest basically is aimed at making sure that we have a very vibrant and connected ecosystem of data enthusiasts, making sure that we celebrate the work that we're doing within the data ecosystem, but also interest more other people into the space. As we all know, data has become a very critical element of our day-to-day work. So for us, it's very important to make sure that everyone understands why we need to appreciate data, but not just appreciate data. How do we utilize it to translate what data is telling us into products or into interventions, but also help in terms of improving service delivery, especially for government. So for us here today, we are here to learn, first of all, to learn from each other. So it's not your everyday conference. We're here to make sure that we all learn from each other, because we're all here and we're doing something within the data ecosystem. Secondly, we're here to connect. We normally work in silo. We work in our different organizations, in our different institutions. But this platform is to help us to connect. So when we learn and we connect, then we're able to translate these learnings and connections into better data products or products that we generate out of the data that we generate. Today's theme is this year's theme is very interesting, big data, little data, and everything in between, because we think, or at Policy we believe that every key individual is generating data. It could be data at an organizational level where you're in a small SME, or it could be at a bigger level if you're dealing with government. And we want to really learn how we are all utilizing these elements of data to improve the work that we do. This year, we started off with pre-events. We started off in Gulu. We had an amazing session in Gulu. It was a physical event. Then we moved to Mbara, which was also very exciting to have participants. For me, what stood out in Mbara were mainly the students who are working within the data ecosystem. Then we moved to Jinja. After Jinja, we're here in Kampala, hosted by the National ICT Innovation Hub for our main event. So Kampala is our main signature event since we started off as DataFest Kampala. Then after, we're moving to Dar es Salaam, where we're going to be hosted by our friends at D-Lab. And then from Dar es Salaam, we're going to move to Lagos, where we're going to be hosted by our friends at Co-Creation Hub. Our pre-events were hosted by our partner, the Innovation Village. The Innovation Village has walked this journey with us since 2019. All of you, or some of you who have attended DataFest since 2019, notice most of our events have been hosted at the Innovation Village spaces. So the pre-events for this year were all hosted at the Innovation Village spaces. And for us, Policy, why we would like to work within these spaces, because when we're developing an ecosystem, we need to have a home where the data scientists can go and connect and learn. So for us, working with the hubs, the different hubs, is very, very key as we host DataFest. This year, why we're at the National ICT Innovation Hub is very strategic, because after DataFest, we host other interventions, especially data clubs and data ladies. So these are clubs that you members who are here participating in DataFest that would want you to be a part of, because these are learning opportunities, because learning never stops, connecting and networking never stops. And for us, DataFest is not a one-off event. It's a continuous ecosystem or platform where we can connect. Lastly, I would like to appreciate our partners, specifically Code for Science and Society, who are supporting us to make sure that we have a successful DataFest. Our studio has a fellow who is going to be doing an amazing breakaway session. So look out for that session hosted by a fellow from our studio. We have our hosts, that is National ICT Hub by Ministry of ICT in Uganda. We have the Innovation Village. We have Co-Creation Hub in Nigeria, D-Lab in Tanzania, Defenders. They're also supporting our work that we are working on to make sure that we host DataFest. With that said, I would like to welcome you to this year's DataFest. But also appreciate the amazing team at Policy. I know you're all scattered doing specific roles, but at one point, we'll make sure that we have the team here so that you can know who they are. Even those who are watching virtually, all the way in Germany, in Kenya, in Tanzania, South Africa, and Rwanda, and Congo. Yes, that's how spread our team is. Thank you very much for putting this together. And then lastly, I would like you to learn, connect, and network. We have a networking session later in the evening, so stay with us. You're one of the very few people that have been selected to attend the physical event. It's very limited, so don't worry that the room is empty. No, we're very deliberate about that. We wanted very small numbers of people to also comply with the COVID guidelines by Ministry of Health. So make sure you get to know your neighbor, get to connect with your neighbor, and let's build a very vibrant data ecosystem in the Ugandan space and Africa. With that said, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Gilbert. So we are running on schedule. I'm so proud of us. So I want to just help you get your bearings. Again, good morning. My name is Shemo Polot. This is for the benefit of those of you who have just walked in. I'm the co-MC for the event. My partner will be here shortly, so you won't have to deal with me just by myself for a long time. Fingers crossed for you. How many of you have access to the program in any shape or form for the day? Fantastic. I wanted us to just walk through it briefly so you know what's coming. Maybe I can ask my IT people to help me project the program on the screen if they can. Soon? No, they can't? Okay, great. But yeah, so if you can look at your program really quickly. Right now we are right at the 9:30 to 10 a.m. block. We are just about to go into a partner remark from one of our partners. But we are going to be in this room, which is the main auditorium, until 12:30, which will be lunchtime. And after lunch, that's when we shall go into the breakout sessions. And after the breakout sessions, then we shall have a cocktail after that, and then we shall freestyle it from there on. The problem is that you're showing, sorry. But yeah, so in this 9:30 to 12:30 block, we have a bunch of talks and demos and keynote addresses that you should stay tuned for.
This year, we've officially kicked off DataFest in Gulu. We shall be heading to Mbara.
Watch the video.
Our main aim for us with DataFest is to create an ecosystem. And an ecosystem can only be vibrant because of your existence. So feel free to ask questions, interject, talk, network, and connect and learn. That's the main reason why we're here.
We should all agree here that all of us interface with data in our day-to-day lives. When it comes to your finances, for those that are running small businesses, for those that are working with big organizations.
The point of starting this organization was to figure out how to use data more effectively to influence service delivery across African countries.
With big data, we are looking at multinational corporations. Some of you work for them. You work for universities, academic institutions. You hold multitudes of data, yeah? From personal biodata of students to all amazing things. Some of you are working on amazing projects. I've interacted with people that are developing systems to work on various social issues. So we're talking about big data. The conversation there is how ethical are some of these big organizations using their data.
Our work focuses on using data, and we want people to be part of a bigger discourse, because whether we like it or not, data has become a part of our lives, and if we are not part of the discussion and if we do not have a seat at the table, then other countries and other corporations will make this safe for us. So it's very important that whatever we do around data, that we make sure that people in the countries that we work in have a seat at the table to talk about this.
I would like to see or find out how are the new cities we have in the country. So how are these new cities prepared to use data in their routine decisions and policy making?
So we're trying to find where is the intersection with big data and little data. What is the unique conversation that you should all be having, and what does the data future look like?
Data is very important because one, it helps us to come to conclusions about the reality of events, and it helps us to assess anything from financial performance to education to any sector. Without data, we cannot make an informed decision about anything.
I'm so happy to see such an activity here. I hope you take this opportunity to continue to grow.
When you have data, you can make an informed and smart decision.
It's so surprising that prisons, maybe a testing study of ginger mane started in 1930s, but 1930. But if you go to ginger mane prison, you'll find data for as way back as 1930. We keep everything.
Well, I learned so much about data correction, about the challenges people face with data correction, and how to address some challenges through building some systems, and how to sensitize people how to use those systems.
Today I've attended, I think there are like 3 sessions. All of them were very interesting. The first and foremost is getting to know what data is all about, how data is handled, how secure I can create security for my data, how I can know if I'm being hacked, how I can protect myself from being hacked.
So today's interaction with the organizers, indeed it was very helpful to us, because data is the basis for implementation of some of the projects we implement here in Ginger State.
I would like to inform the ladies out there that technology is a wide thing and we keep on learning very new things every day.
Women can be able to bring in their skills, but also to be able to bring in their perspective.
We really encourage the ladies that science can be done by also women.
I thank you very much for coming. It has been an amazing journey from Gulu to Mbara to Jinja, Kampala, Dar, Lagos. Guys, it's amazing. We love you. Policy, DataFest next year.
Policy is an acronym that comes from opinion polling and policy making. And the story of policy is that years ago, citizens had found a very hard time interacting with governments, and in as much as accessing services was concerned.
The point of starting this organization was to figure out how to use data more effectively to influence service delivery across African countries.
At Policy, we do our research really based on human-centered design.
We engage, empower, and experiment. Through engagement, we develop digital tools that amplify two-way interaction between citizens and government.
Our work focuses on using data, and we want people to be part of a bigger discourse, because whether we like it or not, data has become a part of our lives, and if we are not part of the discussion and if we do not have a seat at the table, then other countries and other corporations will make this safe for us. So it's very important that whatever we do around data, that we make sure that people in the countries that we work in have a seat at the table to talk about this, and this is really what our work is about.
Policy is an organization approaching the problems that tech poses to society in a creative and inclusive way.
We work with the users so that the research work that we do, the findings that we get, the recommendations that we develop, they resonate with the needs of the user.
So we use data and research and digital tools to promote and create awareness.
But most importantly, we want to craft better life experiences on how citizens, grassroots citizens, can interact with data.
We have 3 main pillars of work, which are doing data trainings, because we want people across Africa to be on the same level as Western countries in how we use, process, and protect our data. The second arm is that we do research on data, so looking at data governance, digital rights, anything where data comes in contact with citizens. And the third part that we do is that we build technology products that are based on data, for example, when we do social media monitoring projects.
When it comes to impact, I immediately think of our research work. So some of the research that we do has never been done before in an African context. So for example, an issue like online gender-based violence, or how data is used by feminist movements. This is research that has been done, but not necessarily in an African context. So when we do such research, we're visibilizing these issues in African context and giving people the data to use for their advocacy.
In our past projects, I'll take for example Creative Kampala, which was a civic project that was aimed at empowering citizens to seek better services in their communities. We employed or used data artistry, where we made sure that the data that we had collected, we took it back to the people in form of murals that were painted on walls to make sure that people understand the data that comes from their community. And we feel like such methods of relaying information to the people are the way to go if we are going to have a communal, or if we are going to have citizens that are actively engaged in policy dialogue.
We know that a lot of content that deals with data can be quite filled with jargon or can be quite complicated, and you might lose interest of people who should be a part of the conversation. So we are always trying to use creative means to make sure that any of the content that we create can reach people at different spectrums, can meet them where they are, whether that's creating games or creating chatbots that are conversational, or using artwork, using murals. So I think what really sets us apart is how we combine art and technology to talk about data.
At Polyset, we believe in the power of data to revolutionize how governments provide services to citizens. And we aim to digitally transform services across Africa to craft better life experiences for citizens.
In 5 or 10 years, I see policy being an organization that actually comes up with solutions informed by the insights that we find from our own research.
My vision is to have a company that's headquartered here with subsidiaries in other countries, where we get to dictate how the research happens, what kinds of views we take in. And I think that being in Africa, we have a very unique perspective that we can share with the world instead of the other way around. So I think, when we first started off, we were doing work in Uganda, and now we're quite Pan-African, and so the next step is just to go global.
It's a fantastic video from Policy. Oh, sorry. All right, so I was going to talk about a bunch of things, but we're running behind schedule now. So I would like to invite Mr. Solomon Opio from the Innovation Village, one of our partners for the event, to give us a few remarks. Round of applause for Solomon Opio. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Solomon Opio, and I lead the tech community at the Innovation Village. I must say I'm really very excited today because when you look at use of data, it's one of the things that inform what we do at the Innovation Village. The Innovation Village, for those of us who may not know, I can define it as a think pad for entrepreneurs and innovators who are trying to solve the most pressing challenges using technology. And that means a lot of support for entrepreneurs. And if I take us to what we have done within the tech community, I would best speak for the tech community because I lead the tech community, and that's where my pride actually comes from. So when you look at what we have done with the tech community, we have had support for the community through events, through programs that support the technologists grow, and also to mention is that we have actually used a lot of data to inform our decisions on how we take the tech community. So I want to give an example of one of the things we have done. In 2019, we saw the tech community as having 16% of women in technology. And that means about 84% are men. So now that is one bit of it. We also saw that the distribution of developers. Okay, we also saw that the distribution of developers within the ecosystem, in terms of the different regions, we are looking at we're looking at about 83% of the developers within the central region. And the other regions were sharing the other percentage. So you'd find about 2.6% in the different regions. So one of the things we did, now through the Innovation Village locations, the different offices, when you look at Gulu, Mbarara, Jinja, and the Central, we decided to use that information to actually begin pushing for these events, programs within those regions to see that we actually increase the number of developers within those regions. And I'm very happy to let you know that, first of all, we now have at least you can talk about 6% maybe in the west, 6% in the north, and okay, just in terms of, we may be looking at it could be 6.4 in the east. So when you look at this, we were not going to be able to do this without data. So we used, every year we do what we call the annual developer survey for Uganda, and that helps us a lot. Now for the women, we have also, when you look at the numbers at the moment, someone will tell you we now have 23% of women in technology. A bit surprising for some people because, yeah, we are still struggling with the numbers. But all those have been done through data. Now, what did we do? We decided to come up with programs in partnership with other organizations to look at women-only events. Because one thing that we also noted was that the women actually loved to do, if it comes to tech events, you'd find that they are most comfortable doing, their own. You say we're doing an event which is general, and you have 100 participants, you may find about 5 ladies. So one thing that we noted was that the ladies actually loved to do their own thing. If it's a tech event, let it be run by the women. And so we came up with what we call the Women Tech Series. The Women Tech Series was a program that still runs, but the first cohort ran for about 6 months, and that tremendously helped us increase the numbers. So we started seeing several women and girls getting interested in technology. Again, most what I would call interesting for me, again, is that we actually saw a number of them getting interested in data science. If you look back about, call it 5 years back, you would not see things related to, data science, talk about data and all that. And that also makes me really feel that, the DataFest has contributed a lot in, increasing the number of people interested in data. So that's actually some of, it's one of the reasons as to why I would say we need to support and, get into technology, support the people who are doing things related to data. Now, in terms of business, now what we have done has been around, yes, technology, but we have also used that to improve how we run business at the Innovation Village. I'm going to be here for some time, and we can always discuss. I would like to urge all of us to, embrace data. When it comes to supporting communities, one of the things we could do is actually get into those events that are trying to, if we hear of a tech event somewhere and, we're talking about data and all that, it's one that we really need to get interested in, besides other technology events. Several companies at the moment, both in Uganda and outside, are trying to, everyone is getting into, data science. How do we use data to inform decisions and all that? So, as the Innovation Village, we shall definitely continue to support initiatives like this and anything around data in order to support our technology community. With that said, I would like to wish all of us a very fruitful day, and my prayer is that we really pick and learn something from this event. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Solomon Opio from Innovation Village. We're all very grateful to the wonderful work you guys do to serve the nation. We are running short of time, so I'm going to go straight into our next event. We have 2 lightning talks back to back. So I want to invite the first one, which is Mr. Ryan Mikisa, I apologize for mispronouncing that. He's the Response Innovation Lab Coordinator. The talk, again I apologize, I'm sorry. The talk is on open source for equality.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ryan Mikisa, and I'm the Response Innovation. Okay, I hope you can hear me clearly. Yes, my name is Ryan Mikisa, and I'm the Response Innovation Lab Coordinator in Uganda. Yeah, just to give us a brief background about the Response Innovation Lab. We are a collaboration of labs that supports innovation and learning for the refugee response and to populations affected by crisis. Yes, open source for equality. So open source for equality is an initiative that we have partnered with an international organization, a German international organization called URIDU. Open Source for Equality is an initiative that is focused on promoting the use and the development of open software to contribute towards the Sustainable Development Goals, with a focus on education, health, and gender. And open software could range from open data, open source could range from open data, open software, open content. So with this initiative, we are trying to promote the use of open source. We have documented 5 case studies. Excuse me. We've documented 5 case studies that are showing how they're using open source. And, that are showing how they're using open source. And a video will be played shortly. I don't know if it's ready. Yes, I will let the video tell the story, but as you listen in, you will notice that most of these organizations are actually using either open data, open resources to help them achieve their mandate. So I hope that, we'll be inspired to also integrate open source. My name is Ryan Mikisa, and I'm the Response Innovation Lab Coordinator in Uganda. The Response Innovation Lab focuses on supporting innovations and learning for populations that are affected by crisis. The Response Innovation Lab, in partnership with Uridu, is working on a project called Open Source for Equality, commonly known as OSEC. OSEC aims at promoting the use and development of open software that's contributing to the Sustainable Development Goals with a focus on health, education, and equality. The OSEC initiative seeks to bring together development and humanitarian organizations, social enterprises, software developers, and content creators to support local ecosystems where open software thrives and creates digital public goods. In this video, we get to hear the experience of how 5 organizations are using open source for their benefit.
Hi, I'm Alan Mbabani, serving as the ED for OpenStreetMap Uganda, a local registered NGO with the mandate of building a community of mappers. And the main goal of these maps is to help us be able to make decisions in our communities, to support in solving the community challenges.
Uridu is a German non-profit organization, and we focus on SDG 5 gender equality. To achieve that, we need to empower women. Unfortunately, 500 million women worldwide cannot read or write. That is why we are developing open contents and open technologies to make vital knowledge and practical information accessible to all women using digital audio.
Simbi Foundation is a research-led non-profit organization working towards enhancing access to quality education in remote and refugee communities. Through our Brightbox technology solutions, we aim to impact the next 3.5 million learners in remote and refugee communities. We believe that access to quality education, which is also the SDG 4, is a key disruptor in the poverty circle.
Ustad Mobile is an open source app that enables users to teach, learn, and share online or offline. It was built from the beginning to work seamlessly offline in limited connectivity environments, and it has features like an offline sync and peer-to-peer sharing.
METS is a 5-year collaboration with Ministry of Health, HISP, UCSF with funding from CDC. We contribute to the strategic goal of improving health through availing strategic information straight from where it's captured to the level where it's analyzed towards decision making.
We are using open innovation both on the content side and on the technology side. We've established and developed a project that we call Audiopedia, which is a repository for open audio contents about nutrition, health, childcare, and much more. To make those accessible, we have been developing open technologies, open software over the last years, which we are now open sourcing in our initiative Open Source for Equality.
We are able to promote and access to equipment such as computers to remote vulnerable communities that don't have access to these computers. And with this, we train them how to create maps, leveraging ICT skills so that they be able to learn how to create the maps. And with creating maps, we use software such as QGIS, which is an open source software. And also creating this data, we use OpenStreetMap, which helps us to create open data.
Based on an open source software called Rachel by worldimpossible.org, we built our digital library called Simbi Learn Cloud. Simbi Learn Cloud is an offline digital library containing over 250 gigabytes of relevant learning materials curated from recognized platforms like Khan Academy, Wikipedia for Schools, and Uganda NCDC, among others. Simbi Learn Cloud uses open resources offered by open platforms to provide access to various relevant learning materials to learners in our partner communities.
Our whole platform is both open source itself for users, and it is built on various open source libraries. It makes our software more accessible to a wider audience. The fact that it's open source means government and large organizations can have the confidence that they can make changes, localize and scale no matter what, without legal or cost barriers.
We use open source here at METS through a system which developed called Uganda EMR. Uganda EMR currently is implemented on OpenMRS, which is a open source system. So we build on top of that and customize it specifically for the Ugandan context as a distribution of OpenMRS.
Why do we choose to use open source? It's because of the limited resources that we are able to acquire within our communities and be able to come up with the solutions. So when you look at some of the softwares, some of the data, we don't have to pay a lot of money to help us acquire this. That is the reason why we use that. Some of the challenges that we face are still limited knowledge on how to use some of these open source tools, and also creating this data, being that we're leveraging on a community, having resources to be able to train them so that they're able to support us in creating this data. It's a bit limited, but with the goal, we look forward to seeing that open source helps us to be able to cover a wider community and be able to create more open source data.
We chose open source mainly for two reasons. A, for its scalability, and B, for the decentralized aspect of it. As a platform-oriented organization, we have great examples of how open source can help platforms scale. Take, for example, Wikipedia. And we also believe that digital tools in development cooperation should be developed locally with a human-centered approach. And this is exactly what open source provides. We can create together the tools in order to empower local stakeholders to develop the right product for their target groups.
Using open source codes has enabled us to offer high quality resources while keeping costs low. Our partner communities have little to no access to educational resources, so offering high quality and pre-vetted resources becomes a key priority. Providing access to open source and open resources for learners opens the door for extending learning across multiple disciplines.
So we think that being open source gives us a competitive advantage in the eyes of important clients compared to proprietary alternatives.
We decided to use open source as METS because it is easy to customize, and also it has a great community. OpenMRS has a great community where you have a number of contributors around the world who can easily solve your problems in case you have challenges, and also the fact that you can easily find developers within the community in case you need a resource to help you do a certain project.
Resources like Octoverse have reported that Africa's contribution to open source world over is at 1%. Unfortunately, the women contributions are also still very few. Yet, with open source, we can encourage innovation through collaboration to contribute to the sustainable development goals. I hope the stories that have been shared here have inspired us to take the necessary steps to increase our use and contribution to open source. Thank you. So on this initiative, we are working with Open Source Community Africa, Kampala chapter. And in the afternoon, Deborah, the Kampala lead, will be leading a breakout session on debunking myths on open source. So if you're interested in finding out what is possible, especially with open data, yeah, that would be an interesting breakout to join. Thank you.
Thank you, Rian. Coming up next, we have a talk from Mr. Grayson Clapp, who is the project manager for the World Bank's Energy Data Analytics Hub. He will be speaking to us virtually, so just keep your eyes glued to the screen. Thank you.
Thank you. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak here this morning. Just to test out the audio and visual quality, would somebody in the chat be able to let me know if you can see and or hear me? Perfect. Okay. So my name is Grayson Clapp, and I am the project manager for the World Bank's Energy Data Analytics Hub. So the Energy Data Analytics Hub serves as an open source tool to look at data as a public good, specifically to meet the goals of SDG 7, to have affordable, reliable, and clean energy for all people and for energy stakeholders to have access to resources and open data analytics tools. So today, what I'm going to do is a live demonstration of some of the open data tools that the World Bank has developed. I recognize that not everyone here is working primarily in the energy sector, but hopefully some of the resources we've developed will be able to be a launching pad for some ideas or initiatives in your own sectors. So I will be sharing the screen. And what you should have in front of you is the homepage for energydata.info. For a little bit of background, energydata.info is essentially the backbone of a lot of the World Bank's energy data initiatives. It's a CCAN platform, so if you're familiar with Open Data Africa, that's also an open data management software. And what we have is the data sets being essentially the bread and butter of what all of our analytics and visualization tools are based on. And all of our data sets come from partners who will either reach out to the World Bank or the World Bank will reach out to them. And in collaboration for initiatives, we'll be able to contribute data within different Creative Commons licensing. So all the 935 data sets that are listed here are Creative Commons licensing 4.0, which means that they'd be available for any use without need for attribution, although the metadata may specify that there may be one or other components that would be considerations for researchers, policymakers, or investors if they would be using it. So if we use a keyword, something like solar, we would be able to see that we have multiple data sets, 155, and that from these, there's lists of countries and then a brief description of what the data set entails. So coming from the Off-Grid Market Opportunities project, we have two files here, a JSON file and a data file, as well as metadata that specifies when this was created, when it was last updated, and so we can see that was last May. And additionally, some of the usage statistics and the openness as well, which is a measure of that Creative Commons licensing. What we have when we potentially go to a different source, which would be Lebanon's solar radiation measurements, are much more files, including CSV files, zip files, and within the process, you'll see that this is a World Bank produced data set, and for external partners, there are guidelines outlined by the World Bank for data validation to make sure that any energy stakeholder, anybody who would want to potentially use the data hosted here would have clear guidelines to follow. It wouldn't have to do any of their own data cleaning or anything that may be perceived as additional work, and just be able to really look at the data as cleanly and easily as possible. So in the introductions, we heard a bit about the services and products that can be used when we're looking at open data. And so the next thing I will share is building off of a lot of the data sets we already have. So we have the data sets hosted on energydata.info, and from there we've worked to build applications and data visualization tools and also energy models in order to really be able to allow energy stakeholders to best use that data in ways that may be more applicable to their own work. So the Global Solar Atlas is an interactive map. If someone is checking in just for audio, I'll try to walk through this, but recognize there are limitations, unfortunately, with a purely audio version of what I'm about to present. You have multiple options to select a site, so you can do a single point there's also options to have different shapes. So you can have a square, or you can specify your own area. For the sake of this demonstration, I'll just be using a single point. And when you select that point, you'll see that you're able to receive immediately the specific PV power output. And so taking data, which is the baseline of average temperatures and radiation data, and having those be extrapolated into this model allows just those baseline open data sets to turn into this first product, which I'll be sharing, and you'll see how this scaffolds with the next two applications, which we've selected to demonstrate that data sets, as they can kind of grow and you're working with larger data and pulling it from different open data sources, is able to really be integrated not only into applications that interact with other components, that will be able to have analytics and their own reports. And so as we'll move forward, you'll see that there's many other inputs that you can specify and work through. And then from here, you'll be able to choose your own PV system. So for here, if we'd say in this area, just northeast of Kampala, if we chose a small residential panel, we'd be able to calculate some of the annual averages for megawatt hours per year. And if we go into a more detailed analysis, we can see not only do we get the interactive map, we also get a regional map, we get the horizon and sun path, some of the average hourly profiles, some of the annual averages. And then if we scroll back up, there is the option to create a report. For the sake of time, I won't be creating the reports and generating things, but at the end of this presentation, I'll put all the links for everything I do, as well as my contact email if you have any follow-up questions, into the chat. So hopefully everyone would get a chance to interact with some of these tools on their own, and I'll be here to answer any questions. A lot of the tools we have, we try to have an about section that works with the methodology and some of the open source tools we're using, but recognizing that that may not answer all the questions you have. So please feel free to reach out. The next thing I will share, which is building off of the report that was just generated from the Global Solar Atlas, is called the RE zoning tool. And so this is a renewable energy zoning tool, and it's based on the multi-criteria analysis from UC Santa Barbara. So if we scroll down, there's all these countries that we'd be able to select. Again, for the sake of this demonstration, I'll be choosing Uganda, and I'll be choosing solar photovoltaic, although there's options for this tool within solar data, onshore wind data, as well as offshore wind data. So what we see here is we have an integration of that initial energy data, the solar PV data, with economic data. And we can change the filters for not only things like population density and water bodies, distance to airports and roads. We also have protected areas and UNESCO World Heritage Sites. And then the economics, which are hopefully explained as best as possible in the information settings for some things like CapEx expenses, fixed operating costs, and other considerations. A lot of these tools really are a launching off point, so recognizing that within models there's going to be limitations for what's possible and what would be the best use of the reports generated for this, not as an end-all be-all of, by any means, of the policy information or investor energy stakeholder input, but this can really be a launching off point for a lot of conversations around what zones would be most efficient to look at building renewable energy projects in, and the outputs, especially having PDFs and Excel sheets and being able to provide more succinct information and being able to have that time reduced to develop those reports and to have pieces of that initial reaching out and initial research stage be really made a lot easier. So when we're looking at all these defaults, these were calculated by the researchers and members of the Renewable Energy Zoning Project, though they can all change. Again, for the sake of time, I'm going to leave them at the defaults and just demonstrate that for generating a zone, the time it takes is generally dependent on the square kilometers of area working with. And so we'll see that our product is all of the potential zones that would be areas suited for PV projects. So this identifies 55 zones. It's about 40,000 square kilometers, so about 15 to 20% of, sounds like the total land mass. And the scoring, which you'll see here, is on a 0 to 1 scale. So 1.0 being the best possible location for a PV project, and 0 being not the ideal location. So just to give a little difference, if we wanted to put on, because 55 zones is a lot, if we wanted to put on a filter such as protected areas, when that's on, that's places that would be built in what's considered protected areas. I believe this is by UNEP, that's where the data is pulled from. We would be able to change the criteria, and we'll see that the reduction in zones is down to 2. And it looks like it's these 2 western areas that wouldn't fall under the UNEP restrictions of what might be considered a protected area. So again, there's the option to download a report here and really try to engage members of the energy stakeholder community in the broader sense with some data visualization tools and some of the analytics without having to invest all of the resources of having a team devoted to this. So if it's somebody who necessarily may not be familiar with producing some of these reports, or especially working with geospatial data on their own, this is an opportunity to have this tool and resource be readily available for all as a public good and make that, reduce that barrier to entry. And so the last application I will go over is the Global Electrification Platform. And so we had the data itself, and then we had the Global Solar Atlas, which specifically used solar data, the RE zoning tool, which brought in some economic data as well as data from other sources. And this could be considered a final stage of extrapolating a lot of that data to what is known and having that open source resource be built out as a model. So again, working with Uganda, what the Global Electrification Platform does is takes existing transmission line data, existing PV data, and looks at creating investment scenarios and pathways in a specific country. So recognizing there's a lot going on here, the scenarios have some options, the default being bottom-up demand with poverty GDP, as well as social and commercial uses. And to bring this over, you'll see that the dark purple lines, if I go in, this would be the existing grid. The lighter purple would be essentially recommendations for the new grid, and the yellow dots would be standalone PV. Sorry. So if we wanted to just show new grid connections, we'd be able to limit the scope, and you'll be able to see that these charts on the side, both the population connected, so that's in millions of people, the investment required, so in US dollars, And then the investment required, which is the added capacity, allows for taking all the data that we've built within both the Energy Data Info Hub as well as other sources. So the transmission line data is pulling from Energy Data Info. The PV data is also pulling from Energy Data Info. And as those data sets update within that linear process, this model updates as well. And so that integration for open source research and technology development is incredible positive feedback loop that as those data sets get better, the models get better, and then the resources available for energy stakeholders get better. And so we'll see that as we start including more things, the population, the investment required, and the capacity move up. And if we have everything as we did at the beginning, you can see the percents and what the connection jumping from, I think, about 40% may look like for a scenario for 2030. So I see there are some questions, and I would love to answer those. So I'll put right now in the chat my contact information as well as the URLs for all of the applications and the Energy.info homepage. And again, really appreciate the opportunity to speak here at DataFest. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Grayson. We do have time for one question, if you can answer it right now. There was a question from the chat where they asked, is it possible to pull the real-time data from these platforms via API or only CSV downloads of snapshots?
Yeah, that's a great question. So we have, it really depends on the data set, I'll say. Some of them are updated on a daily basis, depending. We have some data sets that are coming from live testing stations of PV output. I'd say that's probably the most kind of hourly by hourly, daily, up-to-date data we have. It is within the open source community. It's really, we take what we can get. And so looking at that, not all projects and researchers may have access to the same resources for how often their data is updated. And so if there's a particular data set, we also have contact information of researchers, and sometimes they'll put in really what the process looks like to gather that data. And so if there's something that would be live, I can't think of any off the top of my head that are in usage right now. We did have a few that were going up until, I want to say, they were 2016 to 2018. And for those researchers, we're trying to keep it as updated as possible. And I know they had a distribution list essentially for some of those values. So hopefully that answers the question.
Okay, thank you very much, Grayson. One more question. Someone is asking, is there any form of authorization needed? Suppose they want to analyze research about a particular data set.
I'll try to answer as the best of my ability. If Ronald, you'd be able to clarify what kind of authorization specifically you're asking about. On the World Bank side, all the data that is hosted on the CCAM platform, the Energy Data Info, has been validated, and so there are data analysts on our end who are able to say yes from the team that this is working with or the researcher. This has been as best to our ability cleaned, validated, and understood to be the values that have been collected in this study or in this research. There's 935 data sets that are under the CC 4.0 licensing, but I believe we're actually hosting about another 100 or 150 data sets that are private for various reasons, either security concerns for countries' infrastructure, or just up to the discretion of the researcher. And for those, if somebody reaches out to the energy data analytics team, then we serve as kind of a liaison between whoever would be interested in receiving authorization for that and whoever may have initially collected or hosted the data.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the audience before we release Grayson? Anyone? In the back there. We only have time for just the one. Sorry, we're just trying to get a microphone to you as fast as possible. Sorry, help is finally here. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Mercy. My question is, with open source data that keeps evolving every now and then, how are you able to synchronize that data in real time? But also, how long is that data valid? Because I'm a researcher and I deal with social media data that keeps changing every now and then. So how long do I have to use that data? And also, other than the validity of that data, in case I wanted to plug in to, say, open data, is it possible, especially looking at social media and the different platforms?
Thank you. Grayson, did you get that?
Good, thank you. So I have to recognize that social media is probably a lot more data inputs, I would say, and updated in real time than energy data. For a lot of, as we said, the PV data, even with climate change, there hasn't been too much. That's much more of a gradual and marginal change for a lot of those outputs. And as models get better, they can try to incorporate more data, but there is more of a gradient there. I would say a lot of it is just collaboration, communication. I think recognizing that some of these, I want to say most of the applications we use are updated every 4 to 6 months. And so there is a delay there. And some of the data they use is, I think, probably at its oldest, maybe 1.5 to 2 years. And so there's a discretionary piece of that where past a certain point, recognizing with whatever qualifier or asterisks we have, that this may not be the most up-to-date. I don't think there's ever going to be, you know, within our lifetimes potentially that perfect model or that perfect data, but trying to strive for as much transparency as possible. And a lot of times that can bring people into collaboration and into communication. So there's definitely been times when people have reached out and said, hey, I recognize that you have this transmission line data, let's say from 2017. We've been working, and this can be private sector, public sector, IGO, with this government, and we're actually in the process of mapping this out via geospatial, via, let's say, high resolution imagery, and have an updated source for you. And so I think one of the best things about the open source community is that sometimes those acknowledgements of the shortcomings within it provide spaces for other people to step in and say, we can really help with this.
Thank you very much, Grayson. All right, so we are running behind schedule. I am slightly obsessed with timekeeping, but I do want to take a second. I do know what attention spans are like. So first of all, welcome all of you. To those who have just joined us, good morning. My name is Shema Polot. I'm the co-host of this event, and I've been saying co-host, and I have not been lying because my co-host is here, and I would like to introduce her. I would like to introduce you to the very, very wonderful Faith Mulungi.
Hello, everybody. Good morning. Thank you so much for joining us today. Thank you so much, everyone that has organized this. Thank you, Shem, for a job well done.
You're welcome.
Now, just for a reminder, we are on Twitter. You can please spread word about this conversation. I mean, it would not be a DataFest conversation without data. And our hashtags are very simple, DFA22. And we also have hashtag DataFest Kampala. DataFest or DataFest Kampala, and I'm pretty sure we know the places of convenience, so you just simply get right outside. They're clearly labeled, and don't forget to use the Wi-Fi. Now, at this particular part, we definitely would want to move on to the next part of this conversation, and we are going to be joined by Hassan Sher, and he happens to be the Executive Director of Defenders, and he definitely is going to usher us into the next segment, giving a few remarks, but also helping us to welcome our keynote speaker for the day. Good morning.
Good morning. I hope you can see me and you can hear me as well, more importantly. You see me and you hear me?
We can hear you, Hassan, working on the scene. Yes, we can now do both.
Thank you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and people in between, government officials, fellow human rights defenders, all protocols respectfully observed. Greetings from defenders and from African defenders. I'm honored to join you for this year's DataFest. Out of my holiday time in Umeå, north of Sweden. First, I would like to appreciate the organizers of DataFest, particularly Nima Yar, who was also once part of Defenders family, and who is doing a great work in the data and digital skills era in Africa and worldwide through policy and organization she founded. Defenders is always glad to partner with you. In 2019, policy reached out to defenders to partner on an event that brings together different stakeholders, including government authorities, private entities, and civil society organizations that work with data to impact change and create awareness on a range of issues. We welcomed the idea and jumped at the opportunity. That event, DataFest, would be the first of its kind in Africa. 3 years and 2 events later, we commend policy on the dream that's now taking Africa by storm. This year, DataFest convenes even more key stakeholders in different fields. From across the globe, the topics of discussion are relevant, and I'm happy that one of the speakers is Andrew Gole, Defenders Human Rights Defender of the Month in October 2020, who is still impacting others on the ground by providing digital security mobile solutions. Data is so relevant to us in a digital age. Therefore, understanding and knowing how to use it's critical to grow and stagnation. It's said that if in the 70s, oil and gas were gold, now is the data which is the gold. It's everywhere, from everything on our phones to everything we collect and research on. So events and opportunities like this, where you meet and learn from each other on the different ways you can work with data, are very crucial. We are very happy as Devent vendors and African vendors to be part of such crucial event through our flagship program, TALA. TALA empowers human rights vendors on the ground with digital skills and knowledge, especially focusing on data and advocacy, to equip them for the digital age. It was started in 2016 as DocIT and rebranded to TALA, meaning light. This program aims to be majestic that lights the way for more human rights defenders to adopt and use more digital tools in their work. Through TALA, we have trained over 100 human rights defenders, providing data solution in form of content strategies and campaigns, develop solutions like comic books and customized databases, and brought human rights defenders together at events like DataFest. We also focus on building networks and strengthening collaborations. So for us, data is not just numbers, but what you do with those numbers, how you communicate with them, and to whom. And I'm glad Daphne, the pioneer of this program of Devent vendors, is with you, and will be glad that you network with her so that you can have some kind of conversations of our program. As the usage of data exponentially grows, so do the risks associated with it. It's important that online safety is prioritized concurrently. At Devent vendors, digital and data security are key components of our preventive protection mandate. Through our program like TALA, Safe Sisters, a digital security program for women human rights defenders, and SafeTech, a digital security audit program, all the three work hand in hand to provide support and build the capacity of defenders through digital security training, and in some cases, on-site solutions. So please keep up with our online platforms for opportunities to sign up for our program. I wish you an exciting event and fruitful deliberations. And before I leave the platform, let me introduce to you a very distinguished speaker who will be one of your keynote speakers today. It's my honor to introduce to you Alice Namuli Pacific, the keynote speaker for this year's DataFest Africa. Alice, the head of the tech and innovation at Katante, Zimbabwe, and Company Avocados, one of the oldest and most respected law firms in East, Central, and Southern Africa, is an award-winning lawyer, international speaker, and author. She has over 18 years experience specializing in technology and the law, with a keen interest in artificial intelligence, blockchain, cryptocurrencies, fintechs, cyber law, and data protection. She has been named as one of the most notable top 5 most influential women in legal tech by the International Legal Tech Association in 2020. She represents some of the largest fintech and blockchain technologies-based business, which are reshaping the mode of doing business in Africa. Her background is in PPP, infrastructure project finance, mergers, and acquisitions. She serves as a board member of non-executive director or non-executive director for various fintechs in Uganda, among other responsibilities, as listed on www.datafest.africa website. Please join me in welcoming Alice, our keynote speaker, and I thank you and have a nice day.
And do you have some which I'll use? It's there. Where? Ah, I guess it's not connected. It should be. There should be a light. Okay. I guess so. I don't start when. Okay. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Definitely, it's an honor and privilege to be here. I'm very excited to be here and also to share with you. In this kind of spaces, definitely for me, there's a lot of learning. So the previous speakers we had and some of the recordings, there was just a lot to learn. And it's always a privilege to know more, to learn more, to understand more, and of course, always do better. I've been introduced, so I will quickly share. Oh, I have to use this. Okay, so the theme for today is big data, small data, and everything in between. I was thinking about what would be, what could I share? What would be something interesting for this audience? My background is law, so I thought, well, the only thing that definitely would easily relate to me is to share some of the updates or trends that are going on the African continent in the data protection sector on the regulatory side. And some of the, I'm sorry, I'm struggling to connect this and there. So okay, maybe. The green one. I should stay here. Okay, okay, thank you. That's better. Yeah. I always want to start with a background. We are here to discuss data. And it's always important to understand what is actually the driving force behind whatever we are discussing. If you look at the screen, according to statistics, what Africa right now is witnessing is a phenomenal growth in ICT sector. That has been, of course, in the last 10 years. And the statistics we have right now is that 70% of the population in sub-Saharan Africa is able to access, is able to access internet. And what does that mean? It means that everything from the way we do business, the way we communicate, the way we live our lives has definitely changed because of the increased use of the internet. And of course, you can't avoid the fact that this number has accelerated or was accelerated by the pandemic we are still experiencing. That's COVID-19. And as a result of this exponential growth in the use of data, we've seen the African market also growing, and we've witnessed, please go back, we've also witnessed so many startups on the African continent, which of course are driving business in a way that I'm sure any of us would never have imagined 10 years ago or 20 years ago. And we can't definitely ignore these numbers. We also can't ignore the fact that it's because of data that Africa is pretty much catching up in terms of development to the rest of the world. I would want to share with you some of the use cases. You go on to the next slide. Yeah. These are some of the use cases of big data. Right now, we have on the continent. I'll go through them. That is customer sentiment analysis, behavioral analysis, predictive support, fraud detection, and customer segmentation. We are also using data to live in various sectors. As you can see, data is being used to forecast weather, natural disasters, urban and community development, traffic management, logistics, healthcare, I mentioned fraud detection, smart homes. I'm sure some of you already have smart homes or are dealing with everything smart, from the watches we use, the phones we use, the TVs, whatever you could use in your home. We have all these sensors definitely that are all connected. What could be the pros and cons for using big data? I would want to start by sharing a very interesting quote by this gentleman called Daniel Lapin. He's a rabbi who wrote the book, Thou Shalt Prosper. I'd highly recommend it for anyone. In there, he talks about, the book is about 10 commandments of 10 commandments of how to make 10 commandments of how to make money. And I read this book while I was on a journey of really understanding how to make money without being influenced by my unconscious bias. But in there, there's so many concepts that he shares that I thought that were actually quite amazing in our day-to-day life. And one of them was predicting the future. He says that most of the societies we've had in the world that have been extremely successful, one of the tools they use is being able to predict the future. And he gives very, very simple examples. Like, for example, the first farmers who were very, very successful with farming were the ones who were able to come up with like a calendar, some kind of calendar or a timetable to predict the seasons. For example, we have the rainy season, the dry seasons. Before, farmers just used to plant anyhow, and then you find yourself that you're planting maybe in January, yet January is a dry season, so that means everything is going to dry out. But then you find that the societies which sat down and were able to understand their past, where they're coming from, and use whatever information they have gathered in the past to help them with the future. And they were actually able to accurately predict the future, which meant that they had better yields. What am I trying to say? Is that when you have, rather, information is extremely valuable. And it's just that right now the information is packaged differently. But throughout history, societies that have been extremely successful have used information or data to succeed in the most elementary or rudimentary ways. And he talks about these societies having used information for collectively to be able to precisely predict where they are going to help them, of course, with better yield. Now, for example, for the examples of like farmers. In this case today, there are so many people who are against, some people are against the use of big data, especially for companies which definitely misuse it. But I personally, one of the advantages I enjoy with the use of data is being able to predict our future. It makes it much easier. And of course, it comes with so many other opportunities. Like, for example, making better decisions. I work in a law firm, and to me, using data means that on a day-to-day basis, it helps me to understand how to, to serve my clients much better if I understand their kind of, the kind of business pretty much they're in, and also to understand them more, like their kind of way of life, their behaviors. With that information, if I put it together, I'm able to, market whatever I have to market with them, and then be able to provide services that make them, that are basically more efficient. So some of the pros and cons, definitely, there's so many rather pros or advantages. I've listed a couple of them there. But then also, the advantages come with a lot of challenges. And as you know, as more people have had the advantage of accessing or using data in Africa, unfortunately, that has also come up with more concerns that have arisen over the misuse or unethical use of data. And therefore leading us to creating a need to promote data governance on the continent. You have to go down. Okay. It's also no secret that on an annual basis, we have experienced, and we are still experiencing, hundreds of millions of sophisticated cyber attacks and data breaches on the continent. So you find that, yes, it's a good thing that we are able to access all this data, all this information in good time to do all these amazing things. But unfortunately, we are so quick to forget or even to ignore the vulnerabilities that come with the increased use, access to so much data. I'll just give you one of the examples. This is a very, very recent case for the, please go down, for the Uganda Stock Exchange. It was reported that details, this is a quote from I think one of the newspapers. They had experienced a data breach, and details indicated that unauthorized persons were for several weeks or even months able to access the full names of investors, emails, phone numbers, passwords, and whatever addresses they had to. Now, to an ordinary human being, if I share my data with you, I would have expected you as a data collector to keep my data safe, right? Or whenever you need to repurpose it, to at least communicate. Or if you need to repurpose it, you communicate to me. But then when you come across these kind of cases, it's kind of discouraging, especially when it comes to, what do you call it, government. You go down, sorry. Again. Yeah, so such incidents definitely can't be ignored, and they raise the obvious questions. Is Africa or African governments, are they ready or are they able to protect valuable data? Like I said, it's one thing to be very excited about availability of data or accessing data. It's another thing to use it ethically and also to ensure that all human beings' privacy is protected. All human beings, all businesses or governments or whatever, both actually, this applies both the private and public sector, that all the information that is obtained or collected by all the data collectors in whatever sector is safe. My answer would be, to all these kind of challenges, would be creating an efficient or effective regulatory environment. I'm just going now to briefly share with you what is going on, or what are the trends on the African continent. Many African countries have no specific data regulations. A few of them have a few. When I say now a few, actually the numbers have quickly risen. I'll share with you the statistics shortly. But unfortunately, a few which have the data protection laws that in place, there's very little low strict adherence, and also general lack of awareness of data privacy measures, which has also created a very, very conducive environment for data breaches in Africa. The last 10 years have also seen African countries steadily passing and adopting regulations in cybersecurity, cybercrime, electronics, and data protection. Currently, we have 33 countries out of the 57 countries on the continent, which is a really good number compared to where we were earlier. You have to keep going down. Only 3 of these countries enacted their first data protection laws, and then Cape Verde amended its existing legislation. That was last year. Among the countries, I should be very proud to say that, of course, Uganda, we rank highly on one of the countries that are highly efficiently regulated. Our data protection law was passed in 2019, and our regulations were passed last year, and actually they're very, very, very effective. So according to the Cyber Security Global Index, Uganda actually ranks number 3. So in terms of pretty much enforcement, first of all, having the laws and having a strong enforcement regime in place. You'll find that this is not actually common at all, because what usually happens in Africa is that we are very good at drafting very, very beautiful laws and keeping them on the shelf. But Uganda has gone a step ahead, first of all, to pass the regulation, the law, and then the regulation thereunder, and also to set up a data protection office. So when you're talking about data protection on the continent, data protection regulatory environment, Uganda, we rank really highly, and well done. Regionally, there are efforts to ensure that data protection within these data protection laws within regional blocks. Like, for example, SADC has developed model law, harmonizing policies for ICT. We have ECOWAS, then the French-speaking Association for Personal Data Protection, which is taking care of most countries within West Africa. For East Africa, everything is still in the works. We have some drafts that have been, still going around. That's under the East African community, but we are not yet there. on the African continent generally, the lobbying for regulatory environment started in 2014 by the African Union, which adopted the Malabo Convention. And it's actually a very comprehensive document, very comprehensive, I would say, like framework, although right now it's being amended. And the reason it's being amended is because there are so many questions why very few countries have actually ratified or even signed the treaty. As you can see, only 14 states have signed it, and it has only been ratified by 5 countries, which is a very low number. And yeah, only 10, I think, African countries, have signed the agreement, and sorry about that. You go to the next one. So way forward. There's been a lot of progress. Like I told you, luckily in Uganda, we are doing extremely well. And yes, there's a lot of progress. However, it's also very clear that we need additional investment in ICT programs and infrastructure development, that is both in the public and the private sector. The enforcement arm is also still lacking. Please go next. The enforcement arm is still lacking. Like I said, generally on the continent, our challenge is really not having the laws. We are all very quick to draft very good laws, but when it comes to enforcement and strict compliance, that is usually a challenge. So we definitely need some kind of mindset change. All this has to be done with a lot of awareness, people pretty much understanding what is data privacy, what actually should I do as an individual. I always tell people that it's not good to just point fingers and ask the regulator to do all the work. You as an individual, it's also important that you understand your part. What, as a data subject, if the data belongs to you, what are the steps that you should do to make sure that you're compliant? And then it's also important to understand that the nature of majority of the crimes that actually arise out of data breaches are non-jurisdictional. Why do I say non-jurisdictional? I could be here in Uganda, and then my data is part of a server somewhere in maybe Senegal or Nigeria, and then someone can definitely access it because everything is in the cloud, right? So there's all the vulnerabilities that we face are not confined in one jurisdiction. So what does that mean? It means that we definitely need to collaborate with other African countries to come up with data protection regulations that complement each other. It does not help at all for us to work, like I would say, in silos, where we as Uganda, we would have the best laws, but if our neighbors in Kenya are still have actually laws that contradict our laws, then it becomes very difficult when it comes to most probably either coming up, prosecuting these kind of cases or following up on cases where in cybercrime or where in one country you'd find maybe a specific data breach is not illegal in another country. So we need some kind of coordinated, regulatory environment which applies on all, which would apply to all African countries and make it definitely much easier for the regulatory authorities. And also, we need to tap into the global platforms. We cannot do this as Africa alone. We need also to have our laws we need to have laws that are very similar to other jurisdictions around the world. Again, like I said, most of the the cases that we handle in this area are non-jurisdictional. So if you have, it's so easy for someone to actually hack your server from Russia, from Ukraine, from UK or Scotland. So the issue now would be, how would you actually be able to apprehend anyone who is not, in Uganda, or anyone who is not in Africa? Unless we work together, it will be very difficult for us, to move forward. I always like to share this quote. It's an African proverb, and I believe that definitely it applies in this situation. Working together is key. Collaboration is key. As, of course, people within the ecosystem, these kind of spaces are amazing, where all of us come with different, different professionals coming together and, finding solutions to how we can definitely have safe data. So if you want to go fast, you go alone. If you want to go further, go together. Thank you very much.
A big round of applause, guys. Thank you so much. And thank you, Shem, for being such a gentleman. So we're going to move on to the next part of the program. And I am reliably informed that we have a very interesting video that we are going to play for you. And this one is definitely... this one is the DataFest Africa Hackathon Challenge, and I'm pleased to let you know that it's supported by Sunbird AI and Zindi. So for the next few minutes, please keep your eyes right there, and the media team is going to play for us the video. All right, so as the media team sorts out the video, just to preempt, so that Alan Babani gets ready, immediately after the video, you should come through and take us through the next session. Thank you.
Scientists, and we are in partnership with Welcome to Zindi. Zindi is a community of data scientists, and we are in partnership with DataFest Africa this year. To join the DataFest Africa competition, you need to create an account, go to compete, and find the DataFest Africa Noise Pollution Classification Challenge. This challenge has $1,000 up for prizes, and it starts in 28 days. The challenge is to train a noise classification model to classify noise into different categories in Kampala. The timeline: the competition starts on the 7th of July at 7 a.m. and ends on the 26th of July. The top 3 teams will be contacted by DataFest to present their solutions during the closing ceremony on the 27th of July. Once the competition starts on the 7th of July, the data will become available. The data is in the format of WAV files or audio files that you have to classify into the different noise categories. Once you have downloaded the files, created a model on your own computer or Google Colab, you will submit your predictions to Zindi, and you will appear on the live leaderboard. You also have the option to create a team with your other peers. This competition is only open to African participants. All the best.
Please be informed that you can actually start right now. The hackathon is on. Please log on to that website and participate. Congratulations. All the best to every participant. See, I'm even prophesying. But moving on to the next part of the program, please welcome with me Alan Babani, who happens to be the Executive Director of OpenStreetMap. Alan, you are very welcome.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. My slides, please. As my slides come up, I'm Alan Babani. I'm Alan Babani, and I serve as the ED for OpenStreetMap Uganda. And today I want to share with us open data for technology inclusivity and access. And when we look at what has been happening around, is that most schools are having computers, and they have like very few computers that accommodate a couple of students. Now, when time for computer lessons come up, we tend to run. So if you are the fastest, you get the best seat on the computer. And when you look at the ratio of one computer to the students that we are having, we are going to look at it as having like over 10 students accessing this one computer. Now, when you look at that, you're going to see that you're going to have only 4 or 3 students who are really benefiting from this access. Now, for some schools, they don't even have access to these computers. The best they can do is to be able to study the theoretical part of it, and then they move on like that. Now, with this methodology, we get to see that we have very low numbers of people getting interest in tech, especially Africa. Now, when you look at inclusivity, you're also going to look at the girls, because even when you just look into this room, you'll see that still the men are dominating. Now, when you look at all that, it's going to really make it hard for Africa to compete favorably within the technology space. So how do we cap this issue? So how do we cap this issue? So as OpenStreetMap Uganda, we are leveraging on OpenStreetMap, which is an open source platform that is harboring all this data. Let's look at where we are right now, the institution just beside us, the hospitals. We're looking at the roads, we're looking at the different amenities that the public are using. Now, OpenStreetMap is leveraging on the community to be able to create these data sets. Now, when we create these data sets, this information is available for anyone out there to come and use their ingenuity to come up with solutions that can help us curb the problems or the challenges in our communities. So how we are doing it through one of our programs is to have a few computers that we are able to acquire and take them to a space where we're going to find the students. Now, where are the students? The students, we find them in the schools. But also, some of their teachers, they have never gotten a chance to use a computer. So when we take these computers there, the teachers are like, you can't make the students go ahead of us, yet for us who are teaching them don't know what to do. So we do train the teachers and the students on how to use the computers. But we're not doing it the domestic way of the curriculum, whereby I have to go into what is a computer, what does this button do, what do I need to do here? But we're doing it practically through learning how to add data to the map in OpenStreetMap. Now, when a student or a teacher gets a chance to now get to the platform of OpenStreetMap, first thing they need to do is to have an email address. Now, it may seem very good news to people in the urban areas that someone is able to teach for over 20 years and they have never touched a computer. But when you go to these rural areas, you're going to find that most teachers have not even touched a computer, but they are teaching even computer. So when they do open up an email, they are now getting connected to the digital world. Now, being that we have Google being the most, I think the most popular service in emails, it comes with a G Suite. Now, on a G Suite, a teacher is going to have a chance to be able to get access to, say, Google Docs. And now, through the Google Docs, they're going to learn how to start typing. And over time, they're going to move away from the normal reporting of using, writing something as a letter on a hard copy and handing it to the head teacher. Now, the head teacher is going now to instruct the teachers to start reporting through email, and then they're going to start using documents that they can also be able to collaborate on as a team. Now, next slide, please. Now, when you look at this, it's giving an opportunity as a student or as a teacher, they're getting a chance to be able to interact with this computer, learning how to map. They're going to be intrigued to be able to find ways into acquiring these resources. The best example I have for this is one of our projects, whereby we were working with the village health teams in Kisoro, and the VHTs had not used smartphones. They didn't, to them, there was no use for the smartphone, being that they're in a rural area where connectivity is a bit disturbing because they're in the hills. But when we're with them, training them on how to use Open Data Kit to be able to collect the information they do collect in their villages and reporting to the district health office, they realize they can be able to report easily without going through the hurdles that I've been going through. Like when I'm moving with my papers to take them to the district and it starts raining, yet I'm in between the hill, meaning I have nowhere to hide. So I end up losing my information. So when we went back after 2 months of the project, one of them had bought a smartphone. And the first thing she told us was, ever since you guys taught us how to use this, I now see reason why I should own one. So now she's owning a smartphone and she's asking for applications that can help her further better her work and make it easy for her. So through this same program, we are using the shared access, whereby we are moving computers from one school to another school in a rotation, so that we make sure that the computers never stay in one place. So if on Monday we are in school A, we are able to train in a rotation of 1 hour or less, depending on how the school has been able to instruct us on sharing this. And then on, probably now that's class by class, then the following day, if we are done with school A, we don't have to keep the computers there waiting. We move to another school. So when we move to another school, the same happens. Then the next day we move to another school like that. Now, in this rotation, we're not only giving them access to the computers, we're also giving them access to the smartphones, that they know that a smartphone is not just for social media. Because some of them think a smartphone is just for social media, and that's why some of them even don't want to buy them. So when we show them that a smartphone can be used for other things, such as data collection and reporting, and also monitoring and evaluation of a given project, their mindsets are being broadened, because they're now being given an opportunity to know what these gadgets can help them to be able to achieve. Now, when you use a projector to project something on the screen, you can see that a student is going to ask you, what is that? How does it work? They start getting intrigued, being that they still have young minds that are not yet full of the, the world problems, like I could say myself right now. They have a chance to think out of the box and be able to develop something. Now, when you look at that also, since we have access to drones and we use them for mapping, we also give them an opportunity to study about them. Right now, there are policies that are being developed around drone technology in Uganda, which may not be very easy for anyone to access a drone. But since we are privileged currently to be having these drones and allowed to fly them in specific areas, we give also the students a chance to fly the drones on their school premises. Now, this gives them an opportunity to have an overview of how their school looks like, how they can even make a map out of this, and even tend to think out of the box. Also, we do give them an opportunity to dismantle a drone. Now, this helps them to know that the different parts, probably, they can be able to be made even locally. Now, when you just look at the circuit board of a drone, it can be designed locally here. It all just needs someone to be intrigued about it and take the time to go through that. Now, why are we looking at students majorly? We are looking at students right now and teachers, because that's the next generation that is going to come out and be able to elevate open data. Now, as they learn, help us creating this data to OpenStreetMap, they're helping us to see that we're able to map the country in the shortest time possible. Because currently we do rely on community members, we rely on volunteers to be able to help us digitize the country, but we are not yet there. For you may see probably say West Nile, because we've had a lot of projects there, you'll find that we've almost mapped everything. But in other areas, we are still catching up. So having a workforce of students, teachers, and the current community members that we are having, it's going to give us an opportunity to be able to map the entire country. I'll just give an example of Germany. In Germany right now, on OpenStreetMap, they are mapping who owns a cat. Now, we want to reach that level whereby now we shall be mapping which household is having at least a flower pot in front of their door. Now, when we have all these data sets, it's going to give us leverage and also an opportunity to keep innovating. Because as we all know, data is expensive. If it's not open for someone to access, it's going to limit innovation. So we are leveraging geospatial skills to promote digital literacy and closing the digital data divide in the country. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Alan, for what you and your team are doing in the villages. It's really, really exciting to see Ugandans using what they have to solve the issues that we have in the country. Now, we're going to move on to the next part of this program, and please join me in inviting Robert Sewagude, who happens to be the program coordinator, International Deaf Education Advocacy. Robert, are you around? You are very welcome, Robert. And I would also want us to appreciate the organizers, because we have someone ensuring that people with hearing and sight disabilities can also not miss out on today's fest. And I would also love to just let you know that her name is Monica Ndichibulirani. She's the lady right here in mustard yellow.
Greetings to you all, ladies and gentlemen. I'm happy to meet you. My name is Robert Wagude. I work for Light for the World. It is an international organization focusing on advocating for inclusive education. I'm happy to be in this place. I'm going to talk about inclusive education database. We all know that inclusive education is very important. This helps the children with disability to improve their skills also as children. In Uganda, we have 2 million children with disability, living with disability. but only 5% access inclusive education. And the other percentage, that is 10%, they go to a special needs school. The report from UNICEF, that is 2020, it shows that there is a big gap for children living with disability. We are also having a law in Uganda about inclusive education. For example, the UN Convention on Rights for Persons with Disability, Act 24. Yes, Act 24. Article 24 says that inclusive education is very important for the children, and they should participate in all activities going on in school. But in our country here in Uganda, we find that the data we are having, government is trying to implement, but it is a challenge for us. Many children with disability are left behind. What we want to improve is to see that we are having a large number of children included in education programs. Because some inclusive schools, for example, universities and secondary schools, primaries, they try to promote inclusion, but the challenge we find here, the furnitures are not accessible. For example, when you go to universities, we have noted that there are no interpreters, for example, for the deaf people. That's what the data we have tried to collect is saying. We are experiencing a lot of challenges. But the Ugandan law is there, but only on paper, as it was said earlier. What is important, according to the data that we have collected, we want a change from the way it was up to date now. You find that some schools, they talk about inclusive education. Many schools say that they are inclusive, but it is not physical, because we don't see it. That's the data they give us, that we are inclusive, we are what, but it's not inclusive. Now, as me, I'm an expert in inclusion, so I try to advocate and reach out to schools, to different places for inclusion, complete, full inclusion, working in hand with other partners. We also have different organizations for persons with disability. For example, we have the Uganda National Deaf Association, it's there. We are having the Blind National Association, it's there. We are also having the Union for Persons with Disability. They have data for persons with disability. Each organization is having data for persons with disability according to the different disabilities we are having. What is important is that we want to see improvement on education for all children with disability. Because for now, we are only having 5% for children, the children that access education, and others are left out because of accessibility to education. Thank you so much. I remain Robert Sawagude.
Bigger round of applause to Robert. Thank you so much for that presentation. And before we move on to the next part of this segment, one of the things about inclusion when it comes to disability is that we often forget that with life, even as the quote-unquote able-bodied, we are just a day or two away. So recently I had an accident and I noticed something that when you're able to move around, you don't recognize how privileged you are. So until I was not able to use my left leg for like 3 weeks, it's when I noticed the importance of inclusion. So I'm hoping that that keeps us thinking, but also acting. Now, we are going to be having a team from Fundibots, and they are going to take us through a demo and product showcase. Team from Fundibots, are you here? You are very, very welcome. Please give them a round of applause as they come. They're doing such an amazing job with ensuring that science is fun and easy for us to digest. And taking us through this particular session is Anna Atiang, who happens to be the IT assistant at Fundibots. You're welcome, Anna.
Hello, good morning. My name is Atiang Ann. I work with Fundibots. I will allow my colleagues to introduce themselves before we can speak about what we do.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. I'm Francis Arachi. I work with Fundibots. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, everyone. I'm Ojok Rogers, Technical Associate Programming Fundibots. Thank you.
Once again, my name is Atiang Ann, and I work with Fundibots. At Fundibots, we are transforming Africa through science, and our goal is to accelerate science learning in Africa. We are doing this mainly through our 4 program areas, and you will realize that their naming shows where exactly the education takes place. And those are Fundi at School, Fundi at Home, Fundi at Work, and Fundi Girls. For Fundi at School, we go into schools and we have 2 main programs that we carry out within the schools, and that is one is a robotics training where we teach students. One is a robotics training where we teach students electronics and programming, using programming languages like PictoBlocks and Arduino. Some of the tools that we develop, the robots are there. The second program area under Fundi at School is the Enhanced Science Curriculum, which is a complementary curriculum to the already existing National Council for Higher Education curriculum. What we do, we make the otherwise theoretical learning that I think most of us here have gone through and make it practical. We design tools, some of the tools that you see here, to demonstrate science concepts so that the learning is easier and the students can easily grasp what is it they are learning. I can also speak about what we do under Fundi at Home. For Fundi at Home, the learning is in homes, and what we do, we design, we have some online videos that we put out on our YouTube channel. It's Fundibots. After here, you can all Google our content, and in the comfort of your homes, you can learn with your children. Second, under Fundi at Home, we have some magic boxes that we roll out monthly to teach various science concepts. We also have comic books, and the purpose still is to have self-learning for the learners within their homes. The other program area that we have is Fundi at Work. What we do under Fundi at Work is career skills development for either it can be out of school youth or students in higher institution of learnings. Under these programs, we give them robotics skills as well as ready-to-work skills. Those would be like the soft skills, and at the end, we help these students link up with potential employers. The other program area is Fundi Girls, and Fundi Girls works basically side by side with the rest of the programs, and the main aim is to promote equitable learning for girls and women So for Fundi girls, we still roll out our enhanced science curriculum, but under Fundi girls, we are more intentional, like we target the girls and female teachers for the most part. Thank you. That is it, unless the audience has any questions about our tools that we have here. A colleague of mine would like to speak about some of the tools.
Oh, thank you. So, as she has said, this is one of the tools that we use for enhanced science curriculum. We realize that most of the lessons that we have in our science classes can be sometimes boring because majorly theory, but then we come up with this. For instance, we want learners to appreciate when the learning shadows, eclipses. We actually make this. Now this is called penumbra and umbra model, trying to demonstrate the two types of shadows. Now, when you see this, okay, here I have a source of light, and then I have opaque object. Of course, opaque object will cast a shadow on the screen, and when I do this, if I do this, okay. Now, I don't know whether you can see the screen, my screen right there. There is actually a shadow. Now, this shadow brings out the two types of shadows clearly. There is a very dark spot in the middle, which gives us the umbra, and then the penumbra, a thin layer, kind of thin. Now, a teacher can go ahead and then explain eclipses. We have brought in this small ball to represent the moon, and then the source of light, the torch, to mean the sun, and then here is the earth. Now, whatever happened on the screen is what we see. So here, when you do the same thing, of course, eclipses are natural form of shadows, so it gives us three. There is a dark spot, meaning umbra, then there is a thin layer, partial light, and then there is where the total light is received. Of course, that's what we see in the earth. So all the three regions can be seen using this. So actually learners can appreciate this. Now, this is just one of them. Then here again, this one actually we have designed for P4 class. It is very difficult to get a cross-section of a tooth, I mean. So we make for them the different kind of tools, teeth, I mean. From incisors, canines, and premolars, molars, and then we go ahead and even cut it. Inside there, you can see how the internal structure of a tooth is like. Those are the different blood vessels. The white region telling you the jaw, and then the pink is the gum. So actually, the P4 class can get this. Then finally, I have this. It is actually, this is not very bulky. So this one is a KTM model. KTM standing for the kinetic theory of matter. Now, in senior one, they teach us about the different states of matter. Liquid, gas, liquid, and solid. Now, this one represents the two. Now, this setup gives us how the particles of matter in the three states behave when you apply energy. Now, I don't know whether you can see this, but I can apply energy to this by turning on my switch. I don't know whether something is being seen there. So in the first setup, we are seeing the particles of matter behaving. Now, I believe you're seeing how the first compartment, the particles are behaving. Now, the setup is arranged like this. In the first compartment, the particles are few and spaced. Now, this gives us a picture of the particles of matter in gas. And when you apply energy, they tend to jump easily And that's always the behavior of particles of matter in gas. Then the second one in the middle is liquid. Now the particles tend to slide over each other when you apply energy. You have ever boiled water and you see the particles kind of move, but not as vigorous as for gas. Then the last compartment, I have solid. Particles are compact and many. It is just, actually the particles just vibrate, and you can't easily see it with the naked eye. So learners appreciate how these different particles of matter behave when energy is applied. Let's go that. So this is a sample of what you do.
We shall be having a session of introduction to robotics in the breakaway rooms during the breakaway sessions. You're welcome to learn more about our work and how to design the different tools.
Thank you so much. Another round of applause to the people from Fundibots. Man, a lot of this content is very triggering for me. I wish you guys were around when I was a little younger. Maybe I would have performed better in science. I'd like to recognize, Mr. Solomon King was in the audience a second ago. He's the founder of Fundibots. Just wanted to give him a shout. Fundibots has been part of DataFest all the way from Gulu to Mbara to Jinja and now in Kampala. So we're really grateful to the team from Fundibots for supporting DataFest. All right. So earlier on, we had a video that was supposed to talk about the hackathon, but you may or may not have realized we had certain glitches and we kind of rushed through it really quickly and it was awkward, but we are working through it. So I am now going to introduce Miss Amy Bray, who was the lady who was trying to do the instructional video talking about the hackathon. She is ready now to give you more clarity on that, and she'll speak, but also there'll be a video about that, and that will give you more clarity on what the hackathon is about and how you can participate in it. Are we clear? Fantastic. All right. If the guys are ready, Amy, take it away.
Hi, I'm just gonna wait for a thumbs up or a wave if you can see me and hear me. Can you see me and hear me? Okay, I'm just gonna...
Can hear you, cannot see you.
Cannot see me.
Yes, not yet.
How about now?
Not yet? Now I can see you.
Perfect. Hi, my name is Amy. I am a data scientist and competitions lead at Zindi. I'm going to share my screen. And I just have a thumbs up when you can see my screen, please.
We can see your screen, Amy.
Brilliant. So I'm going to be talking about the exponential power of community and connection for African data science. First of all, I would like to introduce you to Darius and Nikhil. Darius and Nikhil started off as newbie data scientists, didn't know much about the field, and slowly upskilled on the Zindi platform, managing to win a competition, the type of hackathon. I'll get into it later on. And they were invited to work at Echo and to implement their machine learning solution. From there, Darius has now become a full-time employee at Zindi just because we are so impressed at his work on the platform with Echo, and now we are delighted to have him as a team. This is just a quick story to tell you about the full overview of what happens at Zindi. Is you start off as a very newbie where we all began very confused with coding, very confused with statistics, and then we end up with an amazing job. If you are a startup or a company in Africa, I'm going to read this quote to you by Echo. So Echo has 17 million annual predictions of future air quality. Hosting the Zindi competition gave us access to a huge pool of talent. On Zindi, we have 43,000 data scientists, and Echo could judge on the performance of their modeling, not just words on a CV. One of the winning teams actually implemented their model giving us insight into the passion, commitment, and diverse skills base of the Zindi community. To talk more about our Zindi community, we are a professional network for you to start your career in data. Data users of all levels of skill can build their skills in technical areas, evaluate their skills through competitions, and get placed in high quality jobs as data scientists, analysts, or engineers. But most importantly, the platform connects like-minded data enthusiasts and professionals across Africa and the rest of the world. Again, if you're a company in Africa, listen to this. So we will help you solve complex data problems with machine learning and source talent you may need to solve these problems or to grow your team. At the heart of Zindi, we are a community, but we focus on learning, jobs, creation, and talent placement, as well as challenges and competitions. I'm going to go into each of these three sections now. Our first section is grow your skills or learn. So this is where you can get started with the machine learning basics, or you can dive into advanced data skills like computer vision and NLP. We have lots of blog posts and articles, tutorials, videos, starter competitions, starter challenges, and mentors on the platform. One of the things we are very proud of is that we have African data, which is real world data, data that you would engage with when you get your data science job. On Zindi, you also have the opportunity to build a profile. You can compete against others to gain practical data science experience and win money. With the hackathon, with the competition we have with DataFest, this is exactly what you'll be doing, gaining practical data science experience, and there's $1,000 for prizes, which is just amazing. You can also connect with an incredible community of data professionals all across Africa and the world. And through competing on the platform and engaging with others, you get to build your professional profile. Finally, you can get a job in data. You can market yourselves to companies looking for talent. You can find and apply for data science jobs. And then we would love you to become a mentor on Zinda. This can either be formally or informally, sharing on the discussion board, sharing in private messages to users, just on what you have learned on your data science journey. Just to share some of our proudest moments with you is we have doubled our user base in less than a year, which is brilliant. We've given away over $300,000 in prize money, and we've hosted over 100 competitions, which means we've given away over 300 machine learning solutions to companies. So just to mention again, if you are a company or a startup in Africa, I'd love you to reach out to me and we can see how we can help you, how we can get a competition or talent for you. I'm going to introduce you to Zindi. Let me click over there. This is our Zindi platform. It's www.zindi.africa. All you need to do is type that in. This button over here will say sign up. Once you've signed up, it will change to compete, which you can click. You can scroll down or either search over here the DataFest Africa Challenge. This button over here will say join, so you can click join to join the challenge. I'm going to refresh because I think more people have enrolled. Yes, we've got 242 people enrolled in this challenge so far. I'm excited to see more people join. But just to go over the overview, this challenge is open only to African participants. And our sponsors for this challenge are DataFest Africa, Policy, Sunbird AI, Ministry of ICT and National Guidance, and the National ICT Innovation Hub. Sunbird AI has recognized that there's widespread noise pollution in our cities and the need to gather data on this noise exposure. Through this, they can produce an action plan to empower citizens to be vigilant in tracking and monitoring noise. This challenge asks you to look at WAV files or audio files and to classify these audio files into different categories, such as animal, construction, other, crowd, all of that. As I said, $1,000 up for prizes. If you are not in the top 3, you are still eligible to win Zindi points. Everyone who makes a submission gets to receive Zindi points. The evaluation is accuracy, so you'll just be submitting a 2-column file. The challenge starts today and it ends on the 26th of July, which is 1 day before the end of DataFest Africa. If you're on the top 3 of the leaderboard, you'll be contacted by DataFest Africa to present your solutions during the closing ceremony, which I think is an amazing opportunity to show off. Over here we have our data page where you can read a bit more about what the different data types are. And over here you can download the data to split into test and train already to build your machine learning models. If any of these terms are confusing or scary, I really encourage you to reach out on the discussion board or to go to our Learn page where you can learn more. As you can see, we've already got our first question, so do not be shy in asking questions, asking for help, or offering encouragement, because we are all here to learn. What you submit to Zindi is you submit a CSV file. The CSV file is your predictions from your machine learning model that you create in Python, R, whatever you feel comfortable with. You have the option to create a team. You can create a team name, and then you can invite people using their username. If you don't know anyone on the leaderboard, post on the discussion board asking people to team up, and I'm sure there are many people looking to team up. Each time you make a submission, you will appear on our live leaderboard, and you can, so your goal now is to beat Johnny. He's first on the leaderboard with an accuracy score of 4%. I think that was just a shot in the dark, but I'm excited to see where everyone else lands up. Brilliant. I will be monitoring this competition for the next 19 days. So if you have any questions, please post them on the discussion board. At Zindi, we say that there is no losing, only learning. And Zindi is a learning and community. So please join us. Thank you, DataFest. It's such a privilege to be here.
Thank you very much, Amy. We are about to transition into a panel discussion, but before we do that, again, I think we've been sitting for far too long, so we would like to insert a moment for reprieve and stretching into the program. Faith is going to help me lead this, and we're going to go up on stage and lead everyone through it. Hopefully you guys will play along and just...
Something about people not being loyal.
Hi, and competitions lead at Zindi.
Hi, media team. You're doing well. So I would like for us to stand up on our feet. Today is a Thursday, so it's going to be justification for what we're about to do to you right now. Please stand up. Thank you. Thank you for being so kind. All right, so there is this saying that all play makes Jack a dull boy.
All work and no play.
Kade, I'm Ugandan. All right, so we're just going to do a very silly exercise that some of us did in kindergarten, just to stretch a bit. All right, so it goes like head, shoulders, knees and toes, knees and toes, knees and toes, head, shoulders, knees and toes, eyes, ears, nose and mouth. See, we are very many that don't remember where our eyes and ears
special
are.
Awareness.
One more time, could we do this again together? 1, 2, 3, we go faster this time. Head, shoulders, knees and toes, knees and toes, knees and toes. Come on. Head, shoulders, knees and toes, eyes, ears, nose and one more time. Head, shoulders, knees. You guys, people don't know their body parts. Knees and toes, head, shoulders, knees and toes, eyes, ears, nose and mouth. You can now go forth as kindergarten teachers. Please take a seat, and Shem will take us through the
Thank
next
you so much,
segment.
Faith. That was fantastic. All right, so I work in healthcare, and so they say sitting, my global health policy professor used to say that sitting is the new smoking. And so, yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't think that would be as depressing as it sounds. But he essentially used to emphasize standing up as frequently as you can. And so he used to teach us, and he had this like mobile desk, so he'd walk in and then just keep sort of running through the classroom while teaching. It was very cool. I'm getting nostalgic now. But yeah, so we are going to go through a panel discussion, which I'm going to lead, and I'm going to introduce myself, officially at least. The panel discussion is basically about data and technology, and we're going to host a bunch of people in the industry, and we're going to ask them questions on what data looks like now, what it looks like today, what it has been like before, and what the future holds for managing data, handling it, analyzing it, and so on and so forth. You're DataFest, so that should sound exciting. In any other context, I would really apologize for what you're about to go through. But in this context, it's DataFest, so this is really exciting. So first, some housekeeping rules. The DataFest is being streamed live on several platforms, on YouTube, on Twitter, and so it's important that you use the hashtags if you want to engage in any conversation outside this room. We have 2 hashtags. One of them is hashtag DataFest Kampala. The second one is hashtag DFA 2022. DFA is short for DataFest Africa. So I just want to make sure that's very clear. Obviously, well, I think it's obvious at least, you speak when you raise your hand if you want to ask a question. I recommend that we save the questions for the Q&A session after the panel. So just if you have a burning question, just sort of jot it down somewhere. And when we give you the opportunity to do that, we'll be able to ask the questions. I hope we'll have enough time. This is the last thing before lunch, so this is keeping you from lunch. I'm sorry, but be patient with us, and hopefully we get to learn something and we have a good time, okay? Now I have to introduce the panelists, and I have to read their bios. So I know it's a bit unofficial for someone to sit in front of you and read from his phone, but I don't want to get it wrong, so I apologize. But we have 4 panelists today, and so I'm going to start by introducing Ms. Bonita Nyamwire. She's from Policy. She's the head of research. Bonita and I are very familiar with each other. She says I only interact with her when I'm asking her questions. Bonita, nothing has changed, I apologize. But Bonita is the head of the research department at Policy Uganda. She oversees and manages all aspects of research in the department for both qualitative and quantitative research projects. If you know anything about data, you know it's extremely hard for someone to know both qualitative and quantitative data. So Bonita is a superstar. And additionally, she oversees the designing of research studies, survey instruments, gathering and analysis of data, as well as reporting on the findings to inform service delivery. Bonita is also a mentor to junior members of the research department, as well as partners that collaborate with Policy Uganda. Her area of specialization is social, behavioral, and public health research. Welcome, Bonita. Next up is Mr. Bernard Sabiti. Fantastic. Bernard has over 10 years of experience as a researcher and public policy analyst exploring the intersection of the Africa data revolution and the complex realities of the continent's development trajectory. Whew, that's a mouthful. Should I keep going? Is that enough? No? Okay. All right. I'm currently working as a Senior Engagement and Partnerships Manager at Development Initiatives, short DI, an independent international organization that focuses on putting data-driven decision-making at the heart of poverty reduction and sustainable development. Bernard is based in Kampala, from where he supports DI's Africa regional efforts, leveraging key partnerships with governments and other stakeholders to increase access to and use of development data. Welcome, Bernard. The next panelist is Jean Mackey. Jean Mackey is the Director of Design Hub Kampala and Vice President of Startup Uganda. Jean is an excellent connector with a broad network in the local and international scene in Uganda and Rwanda. She creates a lot of exposure by sitting in talk shows and moderating events throughout Kampala. Jean. And last but not least, Dr. Nakatumba Joyce. Dr. Nakatumba Joyce is a lecturer at Makerere University. Her research interests are in the improvement of business processes based on learning resource behavior from event logs using process mining and business process simulation. Her specialties are machine learning, software architectures, microservices, business process management, and process mining. Welcome, Dr. Nakatumba Joyce. Yeah. So if you've been hearing those profiles, hopefully you know who to target your slander when the Q&A session begins. And lastly, myself, my name is Shem Opolot. I am a health economist by profession. I'm also a data scientist, which is how this marriage between myself and policy happened. And I just wanted to say I'm very grateful to policy for giving me the opportunity to do this. I'm not a professional MC. This is the second time I'm MCing. The first time I did so was at DataFest. So a lot of doors have opened for me since then, so I'm very grateful to policy. So just a quick hand clap for policy. Look at me making it about myself. All right, let's get into it. Okay, so I'm going to start with a general round of questions, and I'll ask a general question that each of you will respond to. You have a microphone to your left. You just press the button right there. When it's red, it's on. I'm just explaining because I didn't know how to use it. You guys might be professionals. But yeah, when it's red, it's on. If there's no light, then it's off. Okay? Use the one to your left, except for Dr. Joyce and Jean, because you guys are sharing yeah. So you'll fight there and sort it out. All right, but yeah. So the first question is an easy one, I think. How useful is data and technology? And how have these applied on the African continent? We'll start from Bonita, and we'll go all the way to the end, if that's okay.
Thank you, Shem. Unfortunately, the chairs are not as inclusive as they should be. Yes. I am short, so and also the microphone and this, so I have to keep bending.
I think you can lift it.
I can lift it?
Yes, yes. Faith always coming to the rescue.
Thank you very much, Faith. So data and technology. So the two, I think, in this generation, they are like sisters or cousins, I should say. So data moves along with technology. Data is very important thing that we need. Data is expensive, even other speakers have already talked about it. It's a potential that we need on the African continent, used in policy making in various things, and it is not just used alone, so they go together with technology. And we see, for instance, if I can give examples, like GIS and remote sensing being used in collecting data that can be used to detect maybe threats or violence or any other issues on the continent. I know such an application was used in Sudan in some states to track some threats and violence and crises. I know that technology has been used in data collection. I have done that since I am a researcher, but even others have also used technology in collecting data. Technology has been used in analyzing data, breaking it down into small amounts that can be easily understood by the researchers, even users. So technology and data go hand in hand. One doesn't leave the other, especially in this era that we are in. And moreover, after the coming of the COVID-19 pandemic, we see that technology and data are now going much more than before, hand in hand.
Thank you, Bonita. Bernard? Let me just give him the...
I totally agree with Bonita. I think technology and data are intertwined concepts. They are almost like conjoined twins. You cannot have one without the other. To have good data, you need good technology. And conversely, to have good technology, you need good data. There are many examples to demonstrate that. Even the term big data, for example, wouldn't exist without technology. It simply means technology being harnessed to improve how data is done. I think technology plays a very important role at every stage of the data value chain, or what we call the data life cycle. You know, there is the moment you start collecting data to the point where data has to be consumed. There are several steps involved, from preparing to collect the data, to actually designing the tools for the data, to going to the field to collect the data, to analyze that data, to communicate the data. Technology plays a role at every stage. At the same time, to have a good technology ecosystem, you need data. You need to know what the needs of the consumers of the technology are. You need to know where those people are. You need to know their different characteristics and what their needs are. So you can see, you cannot have one without the other. I think looking at how Africa has evolved over the last few years, it's really amazing, even when you see how the normally traditional institutions in Africa are embracing technology when it comes to data. The biggest example I can use here is our national statistics agency called the Uganda Bureau of Statistics. I'm sure a number of you have heard of that agency. In the past, I remember participating in the census of 2002 as an enumerator. And what they normally used to do is to dress you with an apron and give you an umbrella and give you a questionnaire, which was a book that weighed about 5 kilograms, to move by every house asking people questions. That way of collecting data is definitely gone completely. There are about 5 African countries that did censuses in the last year or two, and each of them has been conducting what they call a smart census, or what they call a digital census. This is where they are using devices, basically, where immediately after the collection process, the data that is analyzed is ready like within a week. In Kenya, in the 2019 census, we had access to the analyzed census data within 2 weeks after the process. In the past, it used to take like 6 months to even start knowing what the census brought out. So you can really see the power of technology in impacting how quick and easy data collection is being done, which in my view is an amazing thing.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Bernard. Jean?
So I need to make a few disclaimers, apart from the fact that I'm not feeling really great, but I'm going to try to be relevant to the conversation. My other disclaimer is I think I'll be a little bit of a devil's advocate on this panel with my mixed thoughts on data and what that looks like contextually in Uganda before we even go to the continent at large. I think there's no doubt. Are there any data scientists here? Could you just put up your hand? Okay. Are there any innovators? You know, you're working on a cool solution. You have to be proud of your innovations. Is there academia in the room? Ooh la la. Who the rest are you? I'm just really curious because I feel like I'll be preaching to the congregation that's already converted. So what does that really mean? I think there's no doubt, and any Google search says data is the new oil and is the new gold, and there's definitely no doubt on its relevance. And I'm really keen that the conversation today also puts a little bit of light on what's the ickiness still around data and what does that really mean as we look to celebrate data. There's other underlying factors that need to continue to be unpacked for it to be relevant. We make jokes about finding your medical history at a Rolex stand. So when we talk about small data, but also get terrified when the news, shows some, data concerns and what's happening with people's data. So all that while celebrating data, what does the future look like to actually have clean data and make it relevant for us to go to the next place, not just in the continent, but starting with understanding our context here in Uganda. But yeah, there's no doubt. I think innovators will speak to that. I spend my day in an innovation hub seeing young people harness data in ways I could never have imagined, whether it's talking about air quality or the soil, or making sure that there's digital solutions deep down in, Rachtura or Lira, and that inclusivity. So there's definitely no doubt, and there's still a lot more, I think, that we need to unpack to fully appreciate data and what it does.
Thank you, absolutely.
Yeah, thanks. Two disclaimers. One, this panel is very important to me, but I also have a PhD defense, so if I escape, please don't take it that I am afraid of the panel.
You're more qualified than most of us.
Yeah, and my second disclaimer, it's hard to speak last about data, so I will come from my background. I'm a researcher and also head the Makere AI lab, and we do a lot of work in AI and machine learning and data science. And I think everyone who's a data scientist knows the importance of data. You can't have a very good solution and you're saying, I'm going to do, I don't know what, X, Y, Z. There are very many if you do not have data. And that's the value that you need about data. And not just data that is inclusive, data that is well prepared, that doesn't introduce biases into your model. There are many things that have to be taken into consideration. So as we get excited about big data, about data, I kind of feel like, again, we need to step back and think of, how can we be able to do this in a very inclusive way? How can we be able to make sure that, like she mentioned, that if we have the data, it's available for innovators, because that's very important as they start. If I want to have a data science solution, I don't know where the data is, where can I get that data from? So I really can't underpin the fact that data is very, very important for any technology that you're trying to develop. And as we said, of course, technology is intertwined with data because many times you use technology to collect the data. So thinking about how this applies across the continent, of course, just looking at the work that's really ongoing in Uganda. I don't even need to go to the African continent. I think we have a lot of work where we're using data, where we're using technology to build, systems for example, automatic speech recognition, machine learning, disease diagnosis, both in plants and for human health. There's a lot of potential, but it all starts with having good data, with curating a good data set if you're going to have these good applications that we all envision will come and transform our nation. And the same thing is happening around the continent. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Joyce. And thank you. I have a script to follow with questions, but being a moderator of a panel is always tricky because, and I say it like I've done so many, but it's always tricky because I get seduced by the things that you say and I want to jump in, and I'm going to do that. Dr. Joyce mentioned the word inclusive about 3 times in your, while giving your account, and I want to just lean into that segue and ask each of you, again, to tell me, what does it look like to make data inclusive? Because this is a word that we throw around and we say data and we say big data and we say little data, and maybe this is a room where that makes sense, but outside this room, not so much. So how can we make this inclusive? How can we make this more relevant to as many people as possible? So I'll start with Bonita.
Can I start? And then
yes,
you
have a PhD.
No, not really. So I think about inclusiveness, and I'll probably just give an example. So we're doing work where we are analyzing voices of people around COVID-19. What are their perceptions? What do they think? etc. And, you know, if I wanted to know what people are saying about COVID, of course, I think that the first place I would go to is social media, right? Because I expect everyone to go there. You know, we are all in the digital age. We have mobile phones and all that. And I feel like those are the online communities. So if I were to collect data and make sure that it's inclusive, and I focus just on one source of data, like online, you know, platforms, I wouldn't be inclusive. I have to think of what other offline sources should I tap into where I want to understand my problem, the problem of, you know, people talking about COVID. Another, you know, data stream is radio. Many times we don't realize that radio is such an important element where you could get data because there are very many people out there who, you know, they will go with radios to their gardens, they will listen, they know information is coming, but they also know if they call in, people will hear them. Now you're trying to move away from us to other people, other offline people who are not in social media. The other day I was at a panel and I heard about UNICEF. They have what they call a U report. I don't know if all of us know about that. Again, where people come in, where people report, you know, about things happening in communities. So if we're talking about inclusiveness, I think we need to think beyond the things that we know, the things that are common to us. What other ways can we be able to collect this data? Which other communities do we have? Like if you're designing a system, think about your end users. Who are my end users? How will my end users connect with the technology that I am developing? How can I collect data alongside with them? Try to be as broad as possible because I know that there's quite a lot of different people who use a lot of technologies and gadgets for this communication or for the technologies that are being developed. So I think about inclusiveness in that way, that it's really broad, but making sure you take care of all the parties along the journey. Yeah, I think.
Jean, good luck.
Yeah, how do you go after that? I think she said everything. Human-centered design is my background, and a lot of the work that we do is in rural areas. And my perception and how we have endeavored to have an inclusive aspect is to tone down the fancy language on what is data and kind of lean in to help build an understanding with, you know, someone in Kasese before we start all this data collection. What does that really mean to them? How do they appreciate and translate that? And I think to me that has been a key aspect of that when you spend your time in fancy innovation hubs with people like you in the room that seem to have some sort of understanding on your, you know, the techie language and data and what that really means. It's not really the same, and for it to make sense, the end user somewhere in a remote place needs to be able to fully appreciate and understand that. So data literacy has been the first part of data inclusivity.
Thank you. Thank
you. Thank you. I think for me, I understand inclusivity again in terms of the whole data value chain being considerate to all populations in a country, and every stage, every step of the data life cycle from production to use being inclusive. What does that mean? I will give you an example. There are certain populations in this country that are invisible in the data, that you cannot easily know what is happening on them. Any development indicators, for example, on women and girls, or maybe girls that have disabilities. Persons with disabilities are some of the most invisible people in most data that we deal with. Why? Because when the process of data collection is starting, in many cases they are not at the table. Because even the way you design tools can be exclusionary. If you design a questionnaire and you don't include certain questions about certain people, it means indicators and dynamics on those people are not going to appear in the final data that you are going to produce. which makes it very important that even in the process just of designing the tools for data collection must be inclusive. At the same time, if you are going to analyze the data, you have to factor in the fact that some people are not data literate. Even when you give them the data, they may not make a good sense of it. So there's a need for inclusion in analysis as well. Even in dissemination, what avenues are using to disseminate the data? Are you sure that those avenues are not excluding certain people? If you only publish the data on the internet, what about people who cannot access the internet? If it is only in PDFs and cannot easily be analyzed, you are leaving out of people. If it is only on paper which can be read by people who can see, you have not thought about the fact that some people cannot see. You understand? So it means like this whole, mainstream of things to be considerate right from the stage of planning for any data production activity all the way to the end of the value chain.
Thank you very much, Bernard. Bonita?
I think
I know.
Bernard copied my notes.
I think we can all, yeah.
Yeah, so I agree with everyone. So even for me, inclusion begins from the process of designing, actually not even designing the tools, writing the concept itself to the proposal, and then designing the tools. So again, at that stage, to ensure inclusion, we need to include the partners. If we are carrying out, for instance, a research study on persons with disabilities, we need to include, to ensure inclusiveness, we need to include a partner who works with persons with disabilities. If we are working on a research study for sexual and gender minority groups, we need to include a partner who works with those groups or who is even part of them, so that whatever we design is inclusive. It focuses on them, and our data will be inclusive. The questions, for instance, the gender disaggregations, if we are saying gender, for instance, a question on gender, and we are saying male or female, but our target population also includes people who are non-conforming or who are in the LGBT, so where do we leave them in the male and female? Where will they be? So certain things like that. And again, Bernard also talked about analysis stage. We tend, I think, to drop some of the variables at analysis, and so we exclude certain populations at that stage, and it goes back to how do you want to do your analysis. I am sorry, I'm a researcher, but I usually want people to have an analysis plan. A very good tool that will help you not to exclude population, not exclude anyone from your target population. And again, dissemination, writing, how are you writing, who is your target audience, how are you sharing this? I want to give an example of a persons with disability project we had at Policy. I think we were highly inclusive, and I give Policy a plus for that, to the extent that we had to produce our findings in even a Braille format to cater for people who are not able to read the usual format of the report. Even we went ahead to have our report produced in a video with a caption and a sign language interpreter to also cater for that population, because this was our project, but it was their project. The findings were meant to change policies for that category of people. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Bonita. You are acting nervous, yet you had all this stored away. Okay, so I'm going to ask some very specific questions to, I think, did Dr. Joyce have to leave us? I think she had to go defend her PhD. Good luck to her. But yeah, so first I'll address this specific question to Bernard. Definitely a lot more technical than the first one, so prepare yourself. But the question is, when we talk about identifying emerging technologies to envision a future innovation ecosystem, is machine learning an approach to patent data?
Oh, thank you. That's an interesting one. So, first of all, there is a premise of the question that I do not fully agree with patenting data, which means basically limiting to who must access certain data. As a person who believes in democratization of data access, I'm not a big supporter of limiting access to data unless it is absolutely necessary to protect privacy of individuals, but I am a big believer in open data. I, however, believe that the question you asked, yes, of course, machine learning, business intelligence, and all these new technologies that have come up are already being used to limit or to protect data in different ways. I normally am a subscriber to some newspapers, some these ones that use paywalls before you access a certain article, like the New York Times, for example, or the Washington Post, or the Guardian. If you pay attention, there are certain areas in the world where they make it free to access certain articles, and then they limit them in others. Especially if you look at some of the areas in the global south, certain human interest stories, they are free to access, but others are limited. How do they get to know that that they should relax some of the access rules to some populations? They are using some data, some artificial intelligence. They are looking at the traffic, for example, to their sites, or even looking at some socioeconomic characteristics of certain regions of the world, and know that we should relax the rules around, for example, accessing articles on COVID or maybe the war in Ukraine. I've been seeing them removing paywalls selectively, so that is one way. Even here, actually, I don't know, does anyone read the Chimp reports? You know, yeah, it's a web-based news platform, and also soft power as well. If you realize, if you've tried, you cannot copy the news text from soft power website. Like the way you find an interesting thing and you want to lift the whole paragraph and put it in your paper or whatever you're working on, and you want to call it your own, it's impossible to do that, because I think they have used some technology to stop that. So already that is being used to limit data. However, I believe even when I know there's a lot of complaints in terms of misuse of data, I really think that is always an excuse to deny wide access to data. I've even seen the Uganda Bureau of Statistics and some other government agencies, they limit how much of the data they release. UBOS, for example, if you want raw data sets, these raw data that comes from households after a survey or a census, it's understandable that they normally don't want to give you open access to that, because there is individual data in such a data sets, and they normally do a process called the anonymization, which is basically removing identifiers so that you are unable to accurately identify whose data set or whose household you are dealing with, because that's private information. But besides that, I do not believe in the whole premise of patenting. I mean, some people use the data to, like private companies, of course. MTN will not give you its data because it is competition leverage with their competitors. That is totally understandable. That is in the business world. But data basically is a public good, especially data collected using taxpayers' money. I don't see any reason why it should be restricted in terms of access. Thank you.
Thank you, Bernard. I get the sense that people have responses to the things that you've said. We'll wait and see. Dr. Joyce, thank you for joining us again. I thought you had gone to defend your PhD. Okay. Jean, this one is for you. You talked about things that need to be unpacked. This is a good opportunity for you to do that. What are the ethical concerns about privacy and confidentiality raised from using new technologies?
I think just bring it back home. Most recently, if you were an MTN, am I allowed to say names? You've had to go through a registration process again because something happened somewhere. And that would have in my little understanding of data, I'm not a data scientist, not a researcher like most of these people, something with data happened somewhere and it needed to be rectified. And those are just like low-hanging fruits in our own, ecosystem here. And I think on the global stand, there's been a lot of, things that have happened that question how data is being handled, which to me, again, puts my one leg in data and the other leg that's really, really scared on how data is handled. And I'm glad you're a big advocate of data being readily available. And my greatest worry is, are the people who are receiving this data knowledgeable enough to know how best to use it for actual progress, for what it's meant for? And otherwise, that leaves a lot of concerns and worry and terror that you're not sure, while we're building a lot of fintech solutions, I think have escalated in Africa, which is why the big boys are here. I think Microsoft is launching. You have Facebook trying to ensure that you have connectivity underwater, with data comes digital infrastructure, and all that is to help with connectivity. But what does that really, really mean in a place where there's a lot of information out there? I make sure to double check my passwords all the time, just because personally I'm really skeptical on who is doing what, because I just logged into a new application, and I have a little bit of exposure to understanding that. What about somebody who doesn't? So to me, it's the data handling process and that pipeline, and building the right human resources to actually handle the data, to help take away the fears that comes with this. I think a poison that we need, because it's the future and it's driving a lot of change, it's driving a lot of policies, and countries need this to be able to service delivery and product development. But it's the usage of data and what that looks like and the implications on people, cyberbullying, security, and all those concerns leave a little bit of unsettlement in a continent where we are leapfrogging because of technology and definitely getting to new heights, but need to take a little step back to build the proper infrastructure, whether it's the human resources that are dealing with this data, the data scientists, what is low-level data literacy that you can make available to people at different parts of the spectrum, to make sure that while we are making you sign online, this is what this really means, or this is how you can protect yourself. The educated people know, two-step authentication and things like that, but I'm not sure my cousin in Yafshozi knows that. So what does that look like if there's a new fintech pitching there and trying to, help with broad inclusion? So it's all those concerns that we cannot take it for granted just because we have these new great assets that is keen to create such amazing opportunities, that we take away the low-hanging fundamental aspect that needs to be done first. And I think, it's the role of the people like you to make sure that that's happening.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Bonita, I'm going to ask you a question. I know about, you spoke up very briefly about policy's dedication to inclusivity, and this question that I have for you is directly tied to that. And I'll probably just be asking you to drill down a little bit more, because I want to know, often people say there's a lot of data available on various things. How can we really make that data accessible to as many people as possible?
Thank you, Shem. So actually, there's a lot of data available. If you look at our country, Uganda, the data that is available is a lot. We collect amazing data. The public entities on a routine basis. Some of them, like the police and prisons, have daily data. The Ministry of Health has routine data they collect, and different other government entities collect a lot of data. The private sector also collects a lot of amazing data on different aspects. So all that data is within, I should say, the entities where it is. So how do we make it available? I think there are several things that we need to put into consideration. For instance, we can come up with like data labs where and again I go back to what the keynote speaker talked about, collaboration. If you move alone, you'll be slow. So like most entities are moving alone on making sure data is available, so that is why we are slow in availing the data to the users. So I think there is need for collaboration to make sure we avail this data. There can be like data labs where different entities, both government and the private sector, can come together. And then there's one place where they are sharing the data. It can be online. It can even be a lab like Design Hub where people can go sit, there are computers, it is a space. But as long as you log in that space, I think even here at Innovation Hub, National ICT, such a space could be there, and then people can access that data, and that can be that lab. But others can also be available online and in formats that can be easily accessible to the users. I know that a lot of data is available online, but some appears in formats that cannot be easily accessed by the users. So again, those that should be put online should be easily accessible to the users, easily downloadable, in formats that the users can work with. There's something that also needs to put into consideration to make sure that data is available, user communication between the producers of the data and the users of the data. So most times, for instance, the data that is available, if I asked any of us who knows what data UBOS, Uganda Bureau of Statistics, collects or has that you can go and use. So you'll find that maybe like out of 50 people, maybe 5 know the data that UBOS has. So we need to have a culture where the data users know what data is available. Maybe there is a platform where they can access that information, but some easy way of sharing with them such information that this and this data is available on, let's say, demographics, and you can find it in this place, and something like that. There can be a portal where such information can be accessed. So this is also not to say that data is not available. For instance, in Uganda, it is available. The UBOS avails data in some simple formats that we can be able to work with the census data, the UDHS data for all the UDHSs they create. The Ministry of Health also shares the data, the DHSI2. People can be able to access it. But again, like I said, so most people are not aware that this data is available in those places. Then the other thing I want to say about making data available is being intentional with funding towards availability of data. So all these platforms I've talked about, the labs, the collaboration, even training technical people to curate the data, because data keeps evolving, so they need to keep updating the portals, the websites. So there is need for us, not only the government, but both private and public sector, to be intentional in funding such initiatives to make sure that data is available, it is updated now and again, but also to make sure that these spaces are sustainable. They are always there, so it's not that so if funding is available and then one funder pulls out and then we can't have the data because there is less funding, so there's need to be intentional on that. So I think that is what I can say for now.
Thank you very much, Bonita. Before we transition into the last round of questions, I checked my phone and I've been encouraged to encourage you to use the microphones on your desks. Let me call it a desk. Yeah, just because I think it's better optics. Yeah, so I think Bonita, you keep this mic. Then Bernard, so you just have to hit that central button. When it's red, it's on. Is it working? No? Let's try this one. Sorry about this. Yep, so that one's yours. Just maybe turn it to face him. Turn it the other way so it doesn't. There we go. Jean, is yours working?
Yes.
Dr. Joyce? Yes. Okay. So I have just one more question for Dr. Joyce, and then I'll ask another one round of questions, and then we'll open it up. Okay. So Dr. Joyce, the question I have for you is, forecasting emerging technologies, what kind of impact will these have on the education system in Uganda, East Africa, and Africa as a whole?
Yeah, thanks. I will leave after this question. Again, apologies. So thinking about the education sector, I know that there are several technologies in 4IR, things like virtual reality and augmented reality, and of course AI, that could really be leveraged in education. I think a good example that we have, I don't know if any of you has heard about the ACE. It's a lab at the Infectious Diseases Institute. Has anyone heard about it? At Makerere University. So it's a big virtual reality lab. And if you're interested in that technology, please feel free to pass by. And so part of the work that they've been doing recently is training health workers on how to handle COVID-19 patients using virtual reality. You know, we're all scared of COVID patients, but how do you manage? How do you control them? And so they used virtual reality to bring the situation of a COVID patient to you, and that has been very helpful in training health workers. And I believe that that's a very good case study. But thinking on in terms of the education sector, I believe that there are several technologies that can be used. As I think Bonita mentioned, as we all know, when the pandemic came, we all switched to online learning, right? Everything is now online, you can have things online, and I believe there's a lot that could be leveraged in the space to keep encouraging online learning. Things like personalized learning, for example, in the education sector. I always feel like the way our education system is, all of us are at different levels, right, as we are learning. I wish there was a way that we could, be able to mine the data, understand the learning patterns of students, and then provide them with personalized, learning sessions or targets. And I believe that based on that, on data, you can use AI and machine learning to be able to create these profiles for students, just to encourage them to learn better, but provide tailored ways in which the content is, given back to them. We've all heard about chatbots and conversational AI. How can we be able to use these in education system, for example, for frequently asked questions or questions that you need to be reminded about? Can all this information be provided online? So in conclusion, I think there's a lot of potential. We are starting on that journey, and I think it will go a long way, and I think we need to tap into the education sector. I feel like we've done a lot of work in agriculture, we're doing a lot of work in health, but not necessarily in education. That's an untapped field for whoever is looking for work to do in machine learning, AI, and that kind of research line.
Thank you very much, Dr. Joyce, and thank you for taking the time to share with us. Enjoy the rest of your day. All right, so I just have one last round of questions, and then I'll open it up to everyone so they can ask a bunch of questions, okay? All right, so that last question is, what policy approaches which address tech platforms can help promote technological innovation and preserve democracy?
Policy?
Yes, what policy approaches around tech platforms and technology can facilitate tech innovation and preserve democracy?
I think the policy environment, in my view, is already robust when it comes to technology in Uganda. I think Uganda was one of the first countries that had an ICT policy of 2009. Then there is a slew of policies that followed, some of which were intended for good, but which are sometimes selectively used to again, kind of discourage innovation. The Computer Misuse Act being one of them, is one on electronic signatures. The Access to Information Act of 2005 was another good one. So I think policy-wise, if we are talking about Uganda, it's not our biggest problem. I think our biggest issue is how do we actualize those policies. I think the Minister of ICT has actually been doing some interesting things, including this fund for innovators, which is very good. By the way, putting up this facility itself is an amazing thing. I think the last time I came here, it wasn't there. So I think in terms of technology, policy-wise, we could say that probably the policy environment is not our biggest problem. I think our biggest problem is in terms of how do we support innovators with the necessary resources to actually try out their ideas I think the state is trying to come in, but I believe it's still not enough. I think we are wasting a lot of time being worried about the bad things that will come from technology. We have not even scratched or maximized the good out of technology, but already I don't know how many papers you are going to find out there on the dangers of technology. How about we first focus on the positive side of technology? Of course, that is not to deny the fact that this explosion in innovation, in technology, is already starting to create problems, but not so much in Africa. I think we can say that one of the first instances of where technology and data actually almost directly influenced the outcome of a presidential election is the famous case of 2016 US election, the issue around Cambridge Analytica, where these data sciences could actually tailor voter messages, particularly to what certain voters like on Facebook, the topics they follow, and then the kind of disinformation that followed, of course, with the Russian hacking and all that. But I believe in our context, I would say probably it's not the right time to prioritize that. I think there's a lot of potential, a lot of good we have yet to tap into before we can start worrying about the dangers of technology. I think the second thing for me, especially from the data side, because that's my specialization, we need to really encourage policymakers or thinkers or people who consider themselves to be opinion leaders, even those online. There is a lot of opinion online. I think we need to foster the culture of using data and evidence, even in mundane conversations online, because there is a lot of fake stuff going around that's not based in data. Some of the things we just speak off the cuff have become so legendary that we believe they are true when they are not. Like the rate of youth unemployment. Does anyone know what the actual level of youth unemployment is? This thing of 83%, where did it come from? Because it's not true. We have seen numbers being used in the campaigns, like 16 women dying in childbirth every day. When actually you dig in the data, first of all, maternal mortality ratio is not calculated on a daily. That is one thing. The other thing is it's important to go to the original sources of this information, because what that does is normally it undermines your credibility. If you go to the government and you start your advocacy as a youth by saying 83% of them have no jobs, they won't listen to you because you are already way out of and of course, you can argue how do they define unemployment, because UBO says it's actually 13%. The International Labour Organization has its funny definition. If you've worked 3 or 4 hours a week, you cannot be considered to be unemployed. You're actually in a work space. So you can argue on that. But I think there is some recklessness, even among us advocates, in the way we use data, which kind of undermines, because our intention always is to effect change. And who are the guys with power to make change? Many of them are always old and in the government, policymakers, so we need to kind of improve on that.
Thank you, Bani. Bonita, do you have something to add?
Yeah, so for me, I think, like the keynote speaker said it, Bernard has also talked about the policies. So we have very good policies, but implementing the policies is a challenge, so they largely remain on the shelves and in paper. So I think it is high time that we created awareness about these policies around technology, about innovation, about data. And also I realized that when we step out of our closest to say that we are creating awareness, we only work around the urban areas. We forget that the larger population is in the rural areas. You know, even when we are doing dissemination of our findings, we only focus on the urban areas, we focus on the partners, we forget the rural areas. So I think it is high time we did awareness on the policies, governing data collection on use of technology, cybersecurity policies. People in the rural areas, they don't know about the data breaches, for instance. They don't know about these privacy policy things. For them, when they are opening their Facebook account, if it comes, they'll just tap and go. As long as they have a Facebook account, the rest is none of their business. Yet they are giving their information to someone they do not know. How are they going to use that information? If they reach, let's say, a hotel, and they are asked to register their national ID, write their NIN number, they will definitely write. For me, Bonita, I'll first urge you, why do you need my NIN number? I remember I was with Philip and they told us at a hotel, write your NIN number, and Philip was arguing with the hotel person, we can't write. Write, please. Why? Then eventually I said, okay, please go. Because for us, we understand why we should not give away such information. So this talk about policies, we need to do awareness on the policies. We need to go to the rural areas, out of town, out of the main cities, create awareness about innovation. We are saying there is innovation. It is happening around the town, but people in the rural areas need to realize that there is a policy on innovation, there is a fund. I see the parish model being moved around everywhere now and again. Do they know the pros and cons of the parish model? Do they know the policies around the parish model? Do they know we are here talking about data? Do they know what data do they need, for instance, to be able to use the parish model to benefit from it, not just getting money and then investing in something and then it doesn't come out? So for me, my take on this is we need to create awareness on all these aspects that we are talking about before we go into implementing them.
Thank you very much. Jean, anything to add to that?
I mean, I think me and Bonita would be twins on this. I am definitely a big advocate of let's move beyond the urban areas. I lost my train of thoughts. I'm trying to buy time so I can find it again. Okay, I think I got it. Just when you leave the city and go to the areas, data is truly about numbers. The reason why Africa is interesting is the growing population, no doubt, right? And with that, you are truly depending on the authenticity of the data that you're receiving. And so lack of that dissemination and understanding is going to leave, this lady is saying she's 23 because the program person that's coming to interview her seems like, their cutoff point is 25. And that, in that way, it has corrupted your data. Why? Because you've not really gone an extra mile to try and see all the other underlying things, the gender, the cultural context of that region, and all those little details that are taking away some aspects of data quality. And I think it really, sensitization is going to go a long way, and that's why I'm really big advocate for digital literacy before all this amazing hullabaloo of what data can do. And the numbers are in the urban, in the rural areas, and that's where we need to have buy-in. With data comes power. What does that power look like? How is that translated to a rural farmer in a circle group that's being told to, sign up on this platform? And once you get that buy-in, first I think it's really helpful for data scientists that are trying to collect data and use it for reasonable purposes to get the data that they need right. And just to making sure that we're not missing out because of all those little fundamental aspects that we oversee just because we're experts and we seem to have an understanding. And like you said, you can say, no, I'm not going to give my NIN number, but someone else can't. And why can't they? And how can we pry a little bit to get to that place, where they're empowered enough to, differentiate, what data should I be sharing and why? And I think that level of empowerment is going to go a long way in building our data evolution and what that looks like.
Thank you very much, Jean. I'm going to open it. Oh, sorry. I'm going to open it up to the floor for questions. I'm going to take 4 questions from inside the room and 2 from the online audience. And this is the time to raise your hand so I can pick those 4. I'll take you and then gentleman right there. And you, 1 more. I'm seeing a hand and a face. Ah, right. Okay, yeah. So the 4. Yeah, so I think just ask all the questions and then we shall, and the panelists will take all of them at once. Okay, so, wow, I hadn't selected one.
You hadn't.
I wasn't even looking there. I wasn't being inclusive. But okay, yeah, we'll allow it. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, colleagues. I'm very glad to attend this session. My name is Shafiq Kaganda, a data analyst. I happen to have worked with the private, NGO, and the public sector, UBOS. So the issue of safety, security, we are looking at cyber mainly, but there are many organizations that haven't embraced or rolled out technology. They are still using maybe paper questionnaires to collect data. We are finding this data flying around in the community. We people who go to the roadside stores, we find people's data flying around in the community. So you see, we are talking about cybersecurity, but we also need to look at that. The data value chain, we need to embrace technology because that ensures more security. We don't look at cybersecurity alone. Organizations haven't embraced technology. So that issue of safety is also key. People are still using paper questionnaires. I recently advised an organization to take on the online, let me say the digital data collection. And they were like, no, that will be expensive. But we have new data platforms that are cheap, actually free. You can collect your data and it saves time. You can download it and analyze it quickly. Findings are out within a short period of time, rather than collecting data, entering data, then analyzing data, disseminating data. Thank you very much.
Where are we going next?
The lady right here. I just want to, while you're getting to her, please go. That was a comment, not a question, right? Okay.
So can we, does that mean, because there was a question right behind there as well, does that mean we take an extra one?
Okay, let Marion ask a question.
Oh, okay.
I'm determined to get us out for lunch by 1:20, so just hold me accountable, look at your watch, and yeah, 1:20 is the target.
I'll try to be short. Jean asked who we are, the people in the audience, so I'm just going to introduce myself. I'm Maren. I work for a fintech called Imata. We work with advanced credit scoring to give loans to farmers. So my question is about the inclusivity that you talked about and also about rural areas. Because we do very advanced technology, extremely advanced technology, yet our users are as low-tech as it gets. Now, there's a huge gap in the understanding of the data that we use. And we work every day to try to get our farmers to understand it. So you all said that it's important that they understand the data that they give away. But how do we bridge that gap? You guys are very knowledgeable, so I'm going to abuse this opportunity to get some concrete tips and tricks on how we actually achieve it, because it's quite difficult to bridge that gap. Thank you.
No, you have a microphone, you can sit.
Hi, my name is Lindsay Kukunda. I'm a digital security trainer and auditor. Policy, thank you for focusing mainly on the positive side of collection of data of technology. Bernard, I'm going to disappoint you and focus on the negative side. We have bottlenecks to accessing all of this. When I'm in this room right now, I feel like I'm in Berlin. But when I go outside, I'm going to need to climb a tree just to make a phone call because there is no connection. And this is in the urban areas. And we are saying we need to go to the rural areas. But in the urban areas, parents couldn't take their kids to school because of lack of access to internet, to multiple devices like laptops and computers. There is simply no investment in the technological advancement and development of Ugandan people. I happened to give my house help a smartphone. Her life changed. The problem is, so did her money. All the money that goes on data, the things that we can all do, if we could afford data, would be amazing. We live hand to mouth when it comes to internet, literally hand to mouth. And we drive cars and have nice shoes and look very pretty. So yeah, I wanted to just mention that, the poverty the bottlenecks that are affecting everybody. And what I wanted to ask now is, does any of you know where I can find information about the social and economic cost losses because of this lack of access to infrastructure, lack of access to digital technologies, and lack of access to data? Is there anywhere where we can see how much it is costing us as a country and where we would be if things were actually working?
Thank you very much. Faith, I want you to move towards that gentleman there, but the next question is going to come from the gentleman next to Evelyn Masaba. So, no? Yeah, let him speak.
Hi, my name is Joshua Damba. I'm a PhD, but I'm working as a business intelligence analyst. And my first question is towards the policymakers as far as cloud computing and cloud services. Do they have any forecasting policies in place to facilitate us being able to dispense services to the public sector? What policies do they have in place for the future? The second question would be in terms of, you mentioned, I think, Statistics Bureau. You're collecting a lot of census data, and yes, the old manual process, I think, of forms is being eliminated, and now we're using devices, GPS, etc. However, digitizing this information requires that you need to build data warehouses. These are digitalized platforms. So BI is not so far from that perspective, because you need to cross-analyze national census data on household economic censuses, as well as statistics, roads, how many accidents, etc. So you need to know how people are being facilitated in terms of their economic values and where they're located. So I think BI is an important aspect in terms of cross-analyzing censuses as well. My second point would be in the lady here. Yes, low-hanging fruits are very important. And I think this ties into the policy making as well. So in terms of touching, what are the key infrastructure requirements, software platform? How are we facilitating the local market to not be so dependent on, let me say, huge platforms like Facebook? Can we establish our own environments here locally that can facilitate us? You mentioned that you're working with Mapbox. Can Mapbox be having data feeds from GPS? I mean, GPS is free as far as US is concerned. So can we tap into all these different platforms that are internationally known for us to use locally, including GIS data, shapefiles, et cetera, and this is where I was thinking we would go in terms of the future.
Thank you.
Hello, thank you very much. My name is Hamba Yusuf, and I volunteer with MAP Uganda. And I'm going to talk about, my concern about 3 issues. The first issue is about authenticity. The second one is about data breach. And the other one is unified access, which Madame Bonita was talking about. So for authenticity, we know that there are very many consumers of this data, which is provided online. And the recent scenario which is going on is about, like the one I get to know is about Uganda, the data provided by Uganda, that it is in the middle income status, and the World Bank came up and refuted that, and now the authenticity comes in. Which one can we take? Which data can we are a bit confused about that. And another one is about unified access of the data. Like we have a problem here in Uganda in the way that you were talking about policies. There is when you talk about policies, I think that you look at maybe how this data is going to be accessed. Let's say it is online, but you may find out that the government, it is imposing taxes, direct and indirect taxes to these to access internet, and that's where data is gotten. So my concern is that if we are having this data, is there any way whereby we can have access to data at a cheaper prices, cheaper costs? And also for the data breach, I think that one speaker was talking about this, and that there was a breach in the stock exchange of data here in Uganda. So my concern here is that you say that there are policies already in place to curb all these things, but now we have never seen somebody come to book like they have been put behind bars for breaching these laws. So what can we, like, as the consumer of data and the people, which confidence do we have to these policies and these laws which are enacted in the country? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I know I had promised to take a question. I am going to have to apologize. What I do recommend is write it down, and if you're addressing it to someone specific, I can figure out a way for you to get a response to that question. Deal? My name is Shem. Just chase me, okay? Yeah, because we do have some questions from the online audience, and also it's 1:21, and I made promises that I'm absolutely failing to keep. But yeah, so I am going to reference two questions from the online audience. One's from, well, there are more of comments that would be reacted to, I think. But the first one is from Biarohanga Brian, who he talks about two things. His first point is around, it's tied to her rant about bottlenecks. Her rant about bottlenecks. He talks about, we need to talk about the opportunities to improve the technical and tech barriers affecting the development of big data initiatives in Uganda and Africa in general. So that's the first thing he says. And the next thing he says speaks directly to Bernard, I told you people are going to come for you. And he said, with the poor legislation and protection of data and privacy in Uganda, I am not excited by making data publicly accessible. He's probably speaking to finding your results of A-level wrapped in a Rolex. And they're like, yeah. So anyway, there have been a lot of questions, and I'm going to let you react freestyle. Let me just mention another one from Kyria Martin. Kyria Martin mentioned a good point. He talked about making ICT optional in the education sector because it seems to be all the rave these days. Yeah, so that's also something you can just react to. But I'll start from Bonita, and we'll take it off. Just remember to use your mic and turn it on when you're done speaking, turn it off. Okay? All right, Bonita, go ahead.
Thank you, Shem. So I will say there is a gentleman who was over the other side at the back talking about you both using, digitizing the data collection. I know that this time around they have moved a step forward in preparing for the census. So I have participated before in preparations for this 2 censuses at least, where we do mapping of enumeration areas, and we are using the GPS, and then we have paper maps, and then we are updating boundaries and putting all these features in the different villages. So this time round, they are doing that exercise using digital technology. So they are not now using the paper method of updating the maps. So at least we will have, by the time they come from the field, we will have the already digitized maps with the enumeration areas marked. So we believe and we hope that maybe there will be an investment even in the census. We'll not see the enumerators coming with that very big booklet this time to collect the data. And then something was, she asked a question about farmers and what they can do to make sure they are able to adopt to these technology forms and the way they want to access the information. So I think for farmers, especially in the rural areas, the language matters. And we have a whole study that we are going to do at Policy about language that is used on digital platforms. So the language matters. Most of the tools that we use in digital technology are in English language. So I think the language matters. What language are you putting into consideration when you're training them? And I know tech language is also very technical, very difficult. Breaking down the terms into the local language can be difficult. But I believe if you work on the language, then they will be able to understand what you're training them. And then someone talked about which data is correct. The one from World Bank, the one from the government of Uganda. So I think all of us have those puzzles in our head, so which one is correct? But I think we live in Uganda, and we understand what goes on in Uganda. It even is reflected in the laws, the policies. They make the laws, they are very good. They break the laws day in, day out. So even the data, even when they have this data and it is correct, I will not fear to say this because I am a researcher and I like to work with quality data, with data that is correct. I know that the data is doctored somewhere, somehow. I will not fear to say it. It is doctored, because when they say middle income status, but I live in Uganda, where is the middle income status, you know? And reports are released about Karamoja, and where is the middle income status? Is it only in Kampala? Even in Kampala, it's not there. Even in Wakiso, it's not there. So I think about the puzzle of which data do I believe, World Bank or Ugandan data? Believe in the situation that is on the ground. Even when they present 100%, believe in the situation that is on the ground. That's my take on that.
Thank you very much, Bonita. This seems like a nice opportunity for me to say the views expressed. But yeah, so I'm going to let Bernard respond to the PhD gentleman at the back's comments about business intelligence and cloud computing.
Yeah.
And then Jean, you respond to bottlenecks and policy. I think the gentleman talked about policy and data is expensive. And if I've missed anything, someone can just yell my name. Go ahead, Bernard.
Thank you. Thank you, Joshua, for your question. So cloud computing and the other related innovations, where are the policies? You know, as I said in the beginning, and I still believe it is really true, that our biggest problem really is not gaps in policy. Most of the policies are there. You would be surprised actually if you go to see the amount of work NITAU does. For example, they have this initiative of extending internet cables across the country. It's called the Backbone Infrastructure, where they've been trying to extend internet access to some service delivery centers, hospitals, schools. I think they've connected probably in the upwards of 60 plus districts. Then they have also been trying to support districts administrations. I've been traveling to some rural districts in the last week. Actually, district administrations have quite good internet, a number of them. I was in Masindi the other day, and I was shocked the internet speed. When I was in the CAO's office, was far superior than what I had on my phone. I asked myself what could be going on. I told them, where did you get this stuff? They said, NITAU, they took me to their server room and I saw the routers. And I was like, I didn't know, I was not aware of this. Every district at least is supposed to have a district information technology officer. And a number of them have them. And this is a person with a degree in computer science, or at least information technology. So there's actually quite some effort being done because many of the problems we have is really even the adoption of these innovations. I also have examples, shame, of a lot of officials resisting progress. Because you see, Not everybody wants ICT and this cool stuff, because it means someone's bread might be threatened. I know of an initiative by NITAU, for example, to harmonize government databases. They even hired a high-powered firm to study the possibility of making a lot of these government information systems interoperable. I suffered, those of you from on Twitter, I told the story of what I went through when I was going for the passport 2 weeks ago. These guys are asking me the same questions that the ID process asked me about, the same data that NSSF has of mine, the same data at my school, at Makerere University, the same data. Why are they asking me this? How about we create a mechanism where these databases can speak to each other? But you know, if you do that, then if you come back to the mandate of NITA, NIRA, and all these guys, they will say, okay, now what are we going to be doing? There has to be someone behind the desk running through files, because that's how they earn a living. And I'm afraid to say a lot of them actually are resistant at embracing these innovations, because precisely they are going to mean that they may not have what to do. If we looked at lands, do you know the effort that has gone into digitizing the land information system? The billions the World Bank has put there. Why do I have to still pay money to ask for a title search? Why is that system not accessible? Somebody in the midst of lands doesn't want this to work. Because if that does, it means an end to land grabbing. It means an end to a lot of bad things that are benefiting certain people. So even when we are idealistically speaking about the beauty of technology, technology still is subject to politics, to society, and all these ills that affects the rest of our communities. This is why it is important to understand the political economy of innovation. Because if you do not, you may think you've brought a very good innovation, all of a sudden nobody wants to use it. People are still using flash disks to pass information around. Some, even I saw a floppy, I had spent like 15 years without seeing, I was like, what do you use this for? If the computers today don't even have the port for that thing. But they say, you know, this is the easiest way. I have my flash here, I am carrying my stuff here. So, Joshua, some of the resistance we are seeing here is intentional. Somebody doesn't want these things to work. So there is a lot of work we still need to do in terms of the attitude change. I want to talk about Maria's question about this rural-urban divide in terms of the progress. You see, I think the last survey, National Household Survey, it showed that we still have almost 70% of our people residing in rural areas. So this is actually where actual people live. I'm not meaning we are not people, but this is the mass, the mass of Ugandans still live in the countryside. And when you look at the services that are extended there, if you look at the electricity coverage, despite the efforts by the Minister of Energy under rural electrification, there are so many sub-counties that still do not have access to electricity. So even powering a computer at a sub-county is not possible because there's simply no power there. And then, of course, there are power dynamics. Folks in rural areas do not wield as much power. They do not have the same privileges as we have here, again, because of many associative society problems that tend to affect them the most. Poverty is higher in rural areas. Access to water is lower in rural areas. Education outcomes are bad in rural areas compared to urban ones. Fertility rate is through the roof in the rural areas. In Kampala here, the fertility rate is only 3 kids per woman. That's actually pretty good. Go to Kisoro, where I come from, it's 8.3. Yeah, even if the economy is growing, believe you me, the moment you continue contributing to the mass of people that exist in the country at 3 times the rate of economic growth, you are literally changing nothing. So you can see there is almost no magic bullet that can support these rural folks. You need national transformation. And that one takes time because as the theories of development tell us, it always happens in stages. I'm not saying that, you can't do anything about it, but I'm saying that some of those problems, it is not helpful to look at them individually. They are a function of some other big problems that we need to address.
Thank you, Bernard. Thank you so much for that exhaustive response. I do want to ask, where did you see a floppy disk?
Sorry?
Where did you see a floppy disk?
No, I saw it at a desk of a district official. I took a picture of it.
It was being used as a coaster for a coffee mug. I think that's the only.
You'll be surprised what you see when you go down there, including boxes that are labeled where you have to keep information. Yeah? There are still boxes being printed by the Ministry of Local Government for storage purposes, and they ship them to the districts. This is where you are supposed to keep this information. In 2022. Fascinating.
Thank you, Bernard. Jean, would you like to take us home?
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
I think you summarized a lot of the things, but just a really quick one, Maria, from my experience. So I did 2 projects, one ITA Uganda and ITA Rwanda. Similar project, both in the rural area. It was interesting to see the adoption rate in northern Rwanda versus in Karamoja, which was same exact equipment. And this goes a long way to talk about the infrastructure and the government initiative to actually, create those mindset change. And we really had to change greatly our strategy here, which is find who the early adopter is in the area. And I think you know all about champions of change and making those work. So there's no black and white answer. And that I think has been my same struggle. And how do you make sure, high level technology is adopted? Maybe not. What does it look down to kind of like fizzle it down a little bit? And invest greatly in the people there and those champions that you identify to then give you a little insight on, that's not going to be taken for all these reasons. And it could be nothing to do with technology and very cultural aspects. And I think we're still really heavily in, cross-cultural aspects and how those affect adoption of technology. But also happy to just keep the conversation and some insights of what we've done as an organization. Unfortunately, I don't have an answer for you in terms of policy because I come from a bias and my fingers and toes have been burnt. I'm glad you live in a more positive country, but from the country that I'm living in, policy is catching up to the digital space and data. And it's catching up a little bit more slowly. I had a personal experience with that and a cyber online harassment. And I never got any response, even when there's structures from me to you on how to deal with that. And when you walk into a police station, they ask you if you have a paper in your bag so they can write your reference number. And that's supposed to be a power holder from the security department. And that speaks, while we're excited about all this change, it really speaks about the mindset change that needs to be heavily invested in. I think policy is doing a great job in terms of let's visualize what data looks like in a slum and leave a mural. And those are small baby steps that I feel like private sector is going to take a more intentional hand in that, unfortunately, because you're the innovators and you're the people trying to, appreciate this a little bit faster than a lot of government spaces that require some PS to sign something that goes to another person who reads it and then sends it, that bureaucracy. So I don't have an answer on policy because I think it's a waste of my air to think we're going to fix it today. But what are your little facets and ecosystems that you're building, and what is the change that you can actually do there? A Startup Uganda is an association of innovation hubs. So, the conversation there is how do we have the voice to actually say, this is what policy looks like from the startup side of the world, because that's where we can create the change. As a tech startup that's working for rural inclusion, who are the power holders within the space that you can actually identify and work with? There's institutions like policy. How do we, instead of reinventing the wheel in our own dockets, find who is doing something? Then I would like to work with them, because I'm not going to wait for government to finally understand all the dynamics, because I think as private sector, there's been a lot, we're a bit miles away, right? And I think the policies are catching up to that, but practically every day on how you interact with those policies, it's not very practical and it's not very helpful. So I'm glad that the policies are there, but there's gonna be a lot of, which I like the word unpacking, done to truly understand where is the mindset of this police officer who's asking me if I have a paper. Where's your computer? And why do I have to come back 4 weeks later and no one knows my case because I forgot the little piece of paper from a pick fair book that I was told to write my reference number, you know? And you realize it's just really adamant in even understanding why my question makes sense, because, you know, we use a paper, so what? You know, and that's a power holder. So I think beyond, you know, I'm not looking for us to attack, but to ease into the conversation. Why are people not adapting? What, you know, what are those boundaries that are still holding us a little bit back? Then what can we do about them in our own associations or organizations? And I think there's a lot of, you know, bars to plug in without waiting for the bigger players as they get on board, as they clean up their systems, and let's do that.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Jean, and thank you so much to our panelists. I could talk about this forever. Thank you guys so much, and thank you to the audience, both in the room and online. Someone did pass me a note. Someone did pass me a note that has, they wanted an opportunity. Well, the note says, the policies are working beneath the radar. If I can be allowed to give a quick example of police on data protection and prosecution of offenders. Sounds like a very interesting scoop, but we also do not have time. Yeah. I can't trust you.
Sure.
I can't.
Unfortunately, we
I can't trust you.
really
But
need
we
to.
can find a way to put that in later on. But okay,
Yeah.
for now, before we close, we are going to take a picture
Yes.
with the panelists. It's unfortunate that Dr. Joyce can't join us. Oh, she is. Fantastic. Yes. Sorry about that. But also, really quickly, I was supposed to pass on a message to the online audience. They will share a link at 1:30 p.m. that will allow you to join the breakout sessions later. Those of you who are in the room, the breakout sessions are happening through the doors that are right behind me.
Yes, Philip is going to help walk us through while
Fantastic.
you two take a photo. But also when it comes to your lunch, please stay seated. The ushers are going to be taking you to the food point. But for now, please listen very quickly to what Philip has to say.
All right, panelists, let's take a picture while Philip is
Thank you so much. Let's multitask. Thank you so much for that amazing conversation, very comprehensive. Now, we're a little bit short on time. That means we are going to use just 1 hour for lunch. I'm going to assume we are going to be all out for lunch by 1:50. We should be able to come back by 2:30 to 40. Now, after lunch, for those joining us online, there's already scheduled a Zoom link scheduled for you and shared with you on your emails. However, those that don't have those on your email, you can watch all the sessions live on our YouTube. So go to YouTube. They already scheduled different rooms for the different sessions. So please go and set a reminder for when these sessions start. Now, for those that are physically here, we have an action-packed afternoon. Please look at me. Don't look at those people. Okay, we have an action-packed afternoon. We have about 12 breakaway sessions that are going to happen. We are going to do this in two phases. So the first phase is supposed to begin, of course, by 2, but I don't think we can do it by 2. So let's assume by 2:30 until 3:30. I think we are going to cut them down to 1 hour. Initially, they were supposed to be 1 hour and a half. And the first phase, we have data protection in the post-COVID-19 restriction era by Strategic Response International. We have baseline study on urban data governance in Uganda by Toro Dev. We have Introduction to Robotics by Fundibots that was earlier on here. The Digital Creative Economy, a mapping of the current landscape in Uganda by one of our fellows who is interested in things like NFTs and all those things. Data Science in Uganda, an Introduction to Data Viz Design Principles by our design lead policy. Now, when you go back to the main, room where you came through, you just take your left. All the sessions, all the rooms where the sessions are going to be are clearly named. They are both named with the sessions that are happening first and the sessions that are happening second. So you'll be able to make a decision. In the second phase, we have product technology for cyber threat intelligence. By Ad Security, we have bottom-up data institutions for data sharing by the Open Data Institute. I think this is fully virtual. And then we have data science for front-end engineers by Digital Solutions Architect. And then we have Trust in Data, a Citizen's Bad Eye View in the Digital Economy by Bobo Climate Innovation Hub. And then we have Response Innovation Lab coming back to do a session on myths, on open source, what they talked about earlier on. And then lastly, we shall have Tina Mutabazi from Flying Labs doing a session on location intelligence and UAV data processing and analysis. And then we shall reconvene back here at 5 for the Zindi Hackathon check-in, and then we shall move to cocktails. We should be out of this place by 6. Depends on how the cocktails work on you. Thank you. Enjoy your lunch. We are going to move out slowly. We don't want all of you standing in the sun waiting for lunch. So we are going to take out about 20 people per time, so you can have lunch and then the other group can go. Thank you so much. In the meantime, please feel free to go and take some photos, network. There are 2 photo booths outside here. So yeah, see you.
Okay, as we wait to be taken to our food place, communication has come through. If you carried food inside, please feel free to carry the PO